All right, we are live. I'm still unprepared, so I need to gather what we're doing today. But I wanted to just press the go live button because it has been a minute. Um, Thank you guys for bearing with me though. So let me get. I was going to do. I normally want to set up two VODs to review, and then if we have a third, then it will roll over. But I don't want to like promise three. So Uh, I'm looking for Venny is first. What's up, Venny? How are you doing? Congrats on being first. So I think the ones that I wanted to start off today. So I have a few in the queue. Um, and these are kind of old. These are from last season because like 9 days ago. But I think I want to start with Angie's. Um, which let me pull it up to get the map and all that. Because I've not reviewed a VOD from Angie. This is Djalia. Um, then I'm thinking we missed you. I missed you guys too. Yeah, so I definitely want to start with Angie's VOD, and for a second, I kind of want to go like one of the older ones to newer. Um, I think I'm gonna put Venny's as the second one today, and then if we have a third, I think we do Drew's team, which this. Yeah, I think yours is gonna be the second one today, which Celestial Husk. And then as a third one, it's going to be this one that was actually submitted relatively recently. Um, this is a tournament game. Well, not a tournament game. This is a scrim or something, I think. Um, okay. Okay. So then this is one that we would do as a third if we have extra time. I don't even remember what map was this on. Celestial Husk. Alright. So that's if we have time for a third. But um I'm using the topic of the day suggestions, which let me remark this. Because actually I think that it was actually Venny who put a good topic in that I wanted to talk about how is Rivals heading in a good direction with the patches they've been doing. And I think that is worth talking about. So that's what we're gonna yap about today a little bit. I think there is a handful of things that they're doing that I like, and a handful of things that I think is worth criticizing. Um, so I'm gonna give my opinion on that because I've heard other people talking about this recently. Well, not even recently. Like people have been talking about this for a while. And I think a lot of people are bringing up good points. A lot of people are bringing up not so good points. But I feel like I have a decent stance on this that I have some input to say. Title same as last time. Fuck. You're right. You're so right. Thank you. It should be fixed. Thank you for letting me know, because I totally forgot to update my title. All good now. Yes, it is good now. Thanks. What's up, Drew? How are you doing? Drew, in that VOD that you submitted from your school's team, were you in that game? Or was that just, were they playing without you and that's just the team? Okay. I didn't know if you had a like a separate account for playing with your team or whatever, but okay. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, that's what I have in the like third slot because I only want to like make it a point to go over two VODs, but if there's extra time, that's gonna be the third one I go over today. If not, it'll probably be the first one next time I do VOD reviews. General feedback and new ideas and pointers, got it. Yeah, that sounds valid. I feel like you don't need to right click to, I mean, right click cancel momentum, right? Like I can just do this. I don't play Spider-Man. Oh, you can, okay. I missed, but bad. Rusty, yeah, bro. I haven't played in a full day. My internet went out yesterday. Um, and we had to like it was a hardware issue, so we had to take our router and modem to the store. But by the time we realized we needed to do that, they were already closed, so we had to wait. So I didn't get to play at all yesterday, and that's why I'm streaming so late. Because I literally like I fell asleep waiting for it to be replaced, and then I woke up. So my sleep schedule was fucked, but. All right, I'm gonna be right back. Give me 1 minute to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we're gonna yap. We're back. Um, actually, real quick, before I want to check Epic Pen. This, this. You guys can't see that, right? Okay, perfect. And then I want to make sure I have the hotkeys, right? Okay. Like this. It's not visible. Okay. I'll figure that out later then. Wonder why. And what about this? Is this? Oh, it is. Okay. Sweet, 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 sweet. So that's a little annoying because no. Huh. Okay. That does work. Just want to make sure. Close out of this now. But I will pull that back up when we do VOD reviews. Alright. So I actually have no written down notes or anything about the subject. But I was thinking about it recently. And I've heard some other people talk about it over like, weeks and weeks and weeks. Like this has been a topic that people have been talking about for a while now. And is Marvel Rivals going in like a good direction? Is this game going to have longevity? Is it going to be a competitive game? Is it going to be a casual game? Like, what's going on with this game, right? And it's a good question because I feel like in the nature of this game, it's similar to like Overwatch, where it both appeals to casual players and to competitive players. Um, both sides want to know like what's the case, right? Because a lot of times casual players will be like, we don't want this game to be super try hard balanced and like, like it's not as fun. And then the competitive gamers obviously want balance and they're like, well, we don't want this to be super casual and like unfun for people who want to play it at a serious level. So that's one of the things that you have to kind of think about when you're thinking about like the future of the game. Um, so I'm going to talk about the competitiveness and the competitive integrity of the game, but I also want to talk about like um, the game as far as like a fun standpoint and um, like what's exciting about the game and how I feel like it's gonna like look in months or years. Um, so where do I start? I want to talk about the competitive integrity a little later. So let's talk about like the patches and the change of seasons that they recently did starting in season 3 where a new character every single month and I think a new map every 2 months, and we're also getting a new game mode pretty soon. So there's a lot that they're changing the game a lot, and I think this is a formula that's really good for keeping people interested in your game. However, I feel like it's kind of scary because by releasing a ton of new content very frequently, um, it leaves a lot of gaps, a lot of opportunity for the game to have unfun mechanics. Because it's a lot easier to ruin a game than it is to make a game fun, right? If every single character is pretty fun, like some are really fun, really enjoyable, and then there's like 3 characters that if they're in your game, it just makes the game miserable. It doesn't matter how fun the other characters are, right? It's like if Hela is the most overpowered character in the game to the point where if there's a Hela on either team, it's just not fun for anybody. It doesn't matter if you're playing a fun character because Hela's there, right? Just an example. So by adding a lot more content constantly and not having enough time to properly balance said content, um, at like um, any level, right? Like, granted, I have faith that the dev team is working fast and like able to pay attention to like balance issues because balance does matter for both competitive and casual players. Um, it's just different for them, depending on the lens that you're looking at it from. But yeah, it is possible for the game to be so unbalanced that it's just not fun or competitive. And I think that's an issue that might become uh relevant in the future if we're releasing characters this fast. I hope it doesn't, and I think that's just something that I don't want to say is in the future of Marvel Rivals, but I think that it has potential to come down that road if uh, we aren't careful about how we're releasing things. Especially because the more you add character-wise, the more you have to worry about interactions and stuff like that. And it can get kind of sketchy. Um, but that's one thing that I have a little bit of a concern about from like a casual perspective, where it's just like, is the game going to be fun? Because like 10 characters down the road, which isn't even that far, that's like in less than a year, 10 characters is like, okay, well, what if like of those 10 characters, like 3 of them are bullshit, they make these balance patches and it makes other characters bullshit. It's like, it's going to be really hard to keep everybody interested. If the only thing that they are using to keep interest is new stuff, right? Like they have to keep the game itself fun and enjoyable and interesting, and it can't just be thriving on the fact that people are going to come back and play it for a week every month because there's new stuff to like experience, right? So that's one of the concerns that I'm kind of worried about with the uh such fast-paced release of characters and seasons and all that, is that they might be banking really heavily on, oh, there's new stuff, come back and play our game, and not actually worrying about the people who already wanted to be playing their game. Because it's like appealing to the people who pick up the game for a week, drop it, and then come back in the next month when new stuff is released might be a decent marketing strategy to like get their player numbers up. But for the people that are playing it throughout that entire month, so like for me, where I haven't really put it down, do they care about what I think? Because if they're catering to the people that don't care about the longevity of like, oh, I'm gonna play this for the entire month until the next patch, then they're kind of choosing one like demographic over the other, and it's kind of like unfair, right? Um, I feel like the game should truly, like, ideally, you would hope that the game is, I don't want to say catered, but the game keeps in mind the players that play it the most, which tends to be the people who, you know, play it consistently, and the streamer, like the big rival streamers, right, that only play rivals, like that's where a lot of their viewership comes from, a lot of their attention, and a lot of their players come from those types of people who are just, you know, playing the game constantly, and not the people who are, you know, playing the game once for like a week at a time every month, right? But it depends from their perspective whether they see that as like worth looking, or like pushing, right? Like if freaking, I don't know, Kai Cenat plays their game for a week every month, he might have more average viewership than like a full-time rival streamer, and then they're like, well, let's cater to Kai Cenat, um, which I don't think should be the case, but from a business perspective, I could see that somehow happening. So I think that's one of the big things that's kind of worrying me about like the patches, right? Where it's just like, I don't, I could see this running into issues down the road. I hope it doesn't, but I could see that being an area of concern. Um, I do think that they're doing a lot of stuff, like just general content wise. Like I see, and see, as somebody who doesn't really care that much about cosmetics or skins or anything, I don't really pay much attention to this, but I know a lot of people who get really hype over new skins, new aesthetics, new like the accessories, like all that stuff. Like I know a lot of people who actually like are super looking forward to them. They're ready to pay their money. They set aside the $20 from their paycheck. Like, um, it's something that is very exciting for people to have. Even if it's not new content, it's cosmetics and they look hella cool, and it's worth it for a lot of people. So I think they're knocking out of the park when it comes to keeping people excited for cosmetics. I feel like not almost every, but so many skins that get released, there's just so much hype over them. Like people I know are just like, look at this skin, like, do I want to get it? Are they gonna make me burn all my money? And it's like, damn, they're really getting your ass with that shit, because like they're doing such a good job on the skin front that it's working. Too much stuff at once might overload any players, and no real stable point of reference since a new character can shift game. Yeah, so that's honestly, from a competitive level, that's something that I'm a little concerned about as well, where it's like, some characters like Blade just got released like less than a week ago, and people are saying he's trash. But people also said that Wolverine was trash in like season 0 until people learned how to play him better. And it took weeks before that happened. So it's like, what if people are just learning character X, and then when we're just now learning how they fit in the meta, character Y comes out and now everything changes, and it's like it's a lot of overloading, which is another thing that's concerning. Well, it is exciting and really dynamic for the meta. It's going to be hard to keep up with. And I don't know if that's for better or for worse yet. But that's something I would be interested in keeping an eye on when we get more of these overlaps, right? Because right now in season 3, we've only had Jean Grey and Blade released. But I do think that with a new character every month, once we start getting to like character like 8 or 9 or whatever in this structure, where it's like realistically that's only like 3 months out, and we have like 8 or 9 new characters, and like not all of them have been fully discovered their potential and all that. I think that there is like a lot of potential for like the community to just be very confused on what to do with these characters, and that can either go in a way that like people are unhappy that the meta isn't like settling, or people get happy that, you know, it's so dynamic that everybody, like these pro teams that are figuring stuff out at different rates, um have like different viewpoints of the meta and who's good, who's bad, and like they're all playing it differently, and then you can see like playstyles emerge very easily from like when big teams collide, right? Because like one team might value Mantis really heavily, one team might value Blade really heavily, but like they didn't really, you know, nobody's come to a consensus, so we're gonna see like which one of those strategies works better, which I think has a lot of potential to be really cool from a pro level. However, I think on like a ranked level, or like a quick play, or just like in general, like a level of players who aren't playing at a constructed environment, I think that can be very dangerous, because a lot of people seem to, not even seem to, a lot of people do just crave like structure. They just want like, they want to know what's good, what's bad, and they want everyone to be on the same page, or at least they want everyone to be on the same page as them. That way they can feel like they're right and understanding about things. 'Cause nobody wants to feel like they're, oh, I'm not sure if this is right. People want to just be like, oh, this is the right band, these are the right picks, and then they want a reason to like flame their team for picking bad shit. But it's like one of the things where it's like, yeah, there's more depth than meets the eye a lot of the times. So I think overall, the concept of releasing a new character every month has potential to be really cool from a competitive aspect and maybe like high elo, but I actually don't have much faith in it as far as the general public. Like I feel like the like quote unquote average player um is gonna have more problems with the super frequent character release than hype. I think the hype of having a new character every month will probably die down faster than the frustration of having to deal with new kits every single month. Especially because um, whenever a new character is released, and you can see this with like all the recent characters from like Ultron to Phoenix to Blade, even Emma, um, Fantastic a little less, but it was it kind of just ruins quick play for, and even like comp for like a few days. Like when Blade was released, it was like probably like 3 days of just insta-lock Blades, and like the only reason why people stopped insta-locking him so quickly is because he's just really underperforming. Like people, he's not only difficult to play, but he seems to be underwhelming. So it's like people insta-lock him, you have a DPS guaranteed on your team, and then you probably have 2 or 3 more, and you're losing because Blade's not good. And the only reason people stop picking him is because he just keeps losing. Whereas like Phoenix, people insta-locked her for, you know, weeks. And I mean, even now you will get insta-lock Phoenixes, but like it was for over a week, maybe 2. It was just double Phoenix every single game, 2 Phoenixes, 1 on each team, every single game. Emma was similar. Ultron was also similar, where and that was one of the reasons why I hated Ultron so much, is because Ultron was not fun to play a team around, because you have to have a third healer. And the fact that everyone picked Ultron and treated it as if he was a healer felt so miserable, because then you just didn't have healing on your team, you just had an extra DPS. And on top of probably having 3 DPSs, you just had 4 DPSs and no healing. And it was just super miserable. That's why I hated Ultron for a long time. Um, Having a lot of fun with him, tend to do really well, but used to character. Yeah, I think. Okay, so first of all, I think Blade has a very high skill floor and ceiling that is very deceptive. I feel like a lot of people tend to think that like, oh, you just use your melee, use your gun, and that's it. But I feel like he has a lot more depth to his character to make him effective. But um, I think he's hard enough to play at a baseline that the average player was not finding success with him, and that's why people stopped insta-locking him so much. Like, you still do have insta-lock blades, but it's not like you go into quick play and every team guaranteed has a blade, right? And that's just because, like, an average player who isn't very good at the game, like the average players in, like, Silver, can't get value out of him because he's difficult. Um, and even, the thing is, like, not only is he difficult, but he's also, like, he doesn't give enough consistent value. Like I feel like Blade's playstyle relies really heavily on team coordination. Like I feel like the biggest part of his kit that makes him strong is his anti-heal, and his anti-heal really caters to like a focus fire mentality, where it's like you have to tell your team, oh, they're anti, let's focus them before it wears off. And you can't really do that if you're not good at the game. So that's one of the reasons why I feel like Blade sort of is falling off. I honestly think, that they're gonna buff him before he needs it. I think that I think if we give enough time to the community, Blade might see like a resurgence in people knowing how to play him. Well, not resurgence, but like people will learn how to play him, and then he'll not feel as bad in general. But I feel like they're gonna buff him before that point reaches, and then people are gonna reach that point where they know how to play him better, and then he might be broken, right? They might give him like the torch treatment a little bit, but torch was actually bad now that I think about it. Um, at least as far as I think. But they might give him like a buff that he didn't need, but everyone thinks he needs. And then when people realize that he didn't need a buff in the past, he's already buffed, so he's gonna be broken. I can see that happening. But that's kind of what I'm talking about with the whole like, oh, they're releasing stuff so fast, and stuff does take time to figure out, and for like people to realize, oh, this is the best way to be playing these characters. So it might take 3 weeks for the community to learn how to play him, but by the time 3 weeks comes up and community learns how to play Blade, then the next character is going to be out, and then it's like, okay, well now we have to unlock this. We just now figured out Blade, and we might still be figuring out Blade, but now we have another thing to figure out. So it's like it's a lot on top of each other. Um, back to the character. I still don't think people. Yeah. Well, I think. Okay, the thing is hard because it is very clear that characters get picked up and more optimized faster at higher level. It makes sense, right? So like if you look at One Above All players, they were playing Phoenix, which I think pretty optimally, or like close to optimal. Week 2, week 1, because while she does have a unique kit, she also has a lot of like familiar aspects that are very translatable. So you're like Star-Lord players, your Hela players, a lot of the people who kind of understood, like Psylocke players, kind of like were able to translate her kit pretty easily, and then they got pretty good at her quickly. But the thing is, that's not everybody, right? That's just like the top 500 players and the pro players. There's people in, the people in bronze and gold and silver don't understand the game fundamentally well enough to understand how Phoenix's kit should have been applied from just conceptually, right? Like when I looked at her kit, I kind of understood how I was expecting her kit to be played immediately because I understand. But when you're looking at lower ranked players and people who play the game casually, they don't really understand why the kit is strong and how it's used, and it takes literally over months. Like the next character is out, Blade is out, the next character could be out, and these players are still probably not going to really understand how Phoenix is supposed to be played properly because the learning is a lot slower at that level compared to the people who are actively trying to make her work from day one. But it's like characters that are kind of similar in playstyle a little bit. Like, so for example, Psylocke. Like, even in, silver gold lobbies, people kind of understand Psylocke's kind of a flanker. She plays off angles. Like, they understand that you're not exactly supposed to be sitting behind your tank the entire game. At least, that's like the general thing. Like, if you are caught doing that as Psylocke, you might get flamed in a silver lobby. Whereas if you do that as Phoenix, even though she's kind of similar in the way that she's not necessarily supposed to be always right behind your tank, you're never going to get flamed for doing it. Because people don't realize that's not right. Um, and that's just because, you know, she's a newer character, and it takes longer for people at that level to understand how the character's supposed to be played, right? Granted, character playstyles are flexible. Phoenix is one of those that's very flexible, so there are times where you do just sit behind the tank and deal damage, but the thing is, the flexibility is not something that is thought about all the time. But yeah, I think if they release so many characters so quickly, we're gonna run into a lot of situations where, especially in like lower ranks and mid ranks, where, you know, we're still figuring out character A, but character D just came out, and it's like, what about B and C? Like, where the hell do we put those? So it might be a little confusing for the community. But I do actually have a little bit of an issue with the community as a whole when it comes to figuring stuff out and like competitiveness. And I guess I could just segue into the competitive integrity of the game, because there's a lot that has come out about this like pretty recently, a lot of discussion that's been having. So so a couple of things, and this is, I have been complaining about the competitiveness of this game since the game basically came out. Well, probably closer to season 1 when I realized that it was an issue. But recently, NetEase, or, well, Marvel Rivals, I don't say NetEase, but Marvel Rivals, the devs, have come out with a statement saying that EOMM was not being used in the game. So all the people that are complaining, like, they explicitly stated, I think it was a tweet or something, or in an interview, where they were just like, we do not use an engagement-oriented matchmaking in our game whatsoever, right? So, like, EOMM, all the people that are complaining about it are basically coping, basically. Which doesn't mean that their matchmaking system is good. But it does mean that if they are telling the truth about not using EOMM, that it's not the matchmaking that is the problem when it comes to, like, it's not like they are determined losses. And that seems to be something that a lot of people were kind of coping about, which is a thing people cope about in literally every game. People will say winners, losers queue in Valorant and everything. But EOMM is, according to Marvel Rivals, not being used. It is a thing. I don't want to say non-existent, because it is a thing. Like, that is a term that some games do, but Marvel Rivals is apparently not one of those games. So, why does the ranked system suck? First of all, I think it's a skill issue. Not entirely. I do think that there is, you know, merit to it, but I think a lot of the times people are saying, oh, EOMM is taking my elo, I'm losing 7 games in a row. It's a skill issue. If it is, there's, I'm gonna just say, an arbitrary correlation between people who believe EOMM is the reason why they're losing and people who get tilted. Probably. So if you're on a 3-game lose streak and you're blaming EOMM, there's a likely chance that you're just playing worse because you're tilted. And I think that the amount of people that do fall for that is really high. So I think that people who are on loss streaks are really likely to just be tilted because they believe it's out of their control. Or just tilted for other reasons, right? Because, I mean, being on a loss streak is a tilting process. But if it's not EOMM, if they're telling the truth, which that is a strong assumption, right? Like, we're assuming that they're telling the truth by saying there's no EOMM. Which they could just be lying, and everything that follows is, you know, invalid. But we have to just kind of take the assumption that, like, they're telling the truth about that, right? If they're lying to us, then that's a completely different issue. Because then the issue is no longer with EOMM. The issue is with the devs not being truthful. But the fact that EOMM isn't a thing, it kind of raises questions like, okay, so if EOMM isn't being used, then why does the quality of game feel like garbage, in rank specifically? And it comes back to this issue that I've talked about over and over and over since season 1, and that's rank inflation. So there is a big handful of reasons why the quality of game feels so bad in all ranks. One of them, and the biggest one, I think, is rank inflation. I'm actually going to go to my match history to just show what I mean. So let's look at my comp games. Look at this. So I know there's a lot of MVPs, but whatever. But look at this. -13, +32, +30, +32, plus 30, minus 3. This was a lever, so there's compensation, so that makes sense. But this was a lever, but it was like minus, I think it was plus 8 or something, so it was minus 11, minus 15, plus 33, plus 32, minus 19, plus 28, minus 21. This is the first one right here that is above 20. This is the first one above 20. Minus plus 28, minus 19, plus 25, minus 70. I have one game where I lost. One game that I lost more than 20 for, right? And what's the lowest I've gained? 25? Is that it? Yeah, 25. So my worst loss, minus 21, loses me less points than my worst win, which is plus 25. This is what pushes rank inflation, because I can go, like if we take any of these games, so let's say these 5 games at the bottom, right? I went 2-3, so I lost 3 games and won 2. I still ranked up. I still got more points than I lost from having a 40% win rate. And that's kind of the issue. And yes, I'm using my own because I'm saying that, yes, while I don't think I deserve to be in the rank I'm in right now, because, I mean, looking at my performance itself as a whole, I don't think I deserve to rank up this quickly. Because I think the most important statistic in any game right here should be the win, right? I don't think that having MVP and winning or having SVP and losing should significantly impact me that much. And I also feel like the general baseline of like average games, like when I just do average, like I went 2-7 this game, 2-7, and I lost 21. So this is my worst loss, losing 21. And then is there a win where I just got carried? Okay, maybe not. But the thing is, I think you should win and lose about the same. Give or take. Maybe they take a little bit of performance base into it. But I think overall, there shouldn't be so much variance where some games I can get plus 32. And some games I can get minus, like, 11. This says 3, but there's a lever, so it got, like, 8 points compensation or whatever. But I don't think these should be in the same rank and the same thing where it's like, if I win a game, I should get like at most plus 25. If I lose a game, I should get at least, or at most loss, minus 15. And I shouldn't like, and the other way around too, right? Like I shouldn't gain 5 for a win and I shouldn't lose 30 for a loss. Like it needs to be a little more standardized. That way you are incentivized to do the most important thing, which is win the game, right? Win should matter over everything. You should not be able to climb with a significantly lower than 50% win rate. I say significantly because I think that if you have a 49% win rate, but you are performing very well in every game, I think there is merit to, winning. But that should be accounted for by the very slight variance in RR gain, right? I don't think that it needs to be this drastic of minus 15 plus 32 to push that, oh, you're overperforming in games even though you're losing. If you are losing constantly and you're constantly getting SVP, and it's like 10 games in a row, there's a very high likelihood that there's something you're doing that is not helping your team win. It's not that hard to get SVP if you want to throw for it. If you really want to like get these MVP SVPs, MVP's a little harder because that means you're winning, but SVP, you can throw the game, make it harder for your team to do well while boosting your stats, and you're the reason you're losing, but you're SVP, so it looks like you're the reason why like you were trying to carry. So I think that's a big issue, that we have a rank inflation problem. And what that kind of boils down to is, well, 2 things here, actually. Something else I want to note before I say what it boils down to. We have chrono shields. So chrono shields, if you don't play in below gold, between bronze and gold, chrono shields are this mechanic that if you have a chrono shield and you lose, you just get -0. You just get get out of jail free. And you can get a lot of them. Like in this bundle or whatever, wasn't it? Is it still there? Like one of these bundles or whatever? Is it this one? No, I don't think so. No, there was like some bundle that had these chrono shields in them. And there was like 8 of them where like you could go 1 and 8 in your rank session. You could have 1 win, 8 losses, and you would rank up from that, which is like crazy to me. Like, And people will try and argue and be like, yeah, but it's only below bronze or only below gold, so who cares? It doesn't affect you because you're above gold. But the thing is, first of all, people between bronze and gold also deserve to have a fair competitive experience, right? And second of all, it does impact me because that means that the floor is higher. So people in platinum are going to, like, if you're in plat 3, you might be on the same team as somebody who's in gold 1 who got there using their chrono shields or whatever with like a 30% win rate, and they shouldn't be in the same game as you because they're obviously less skilled. um but they're in the same game as you, and then it kind of becomes more random, right? So you're not playing in a platinum lobby, you're playing in a platinum lobby with maybe a couple of wild cards that might just be like completely anchoring your team down. um and that's kind of where the issue comes from, because that kind of echoes, right? So just by having that little bit of effect at the bottom of the ladder, like, okay, so then what about the people in diamond who might have ranked up because they got lucky, the wild cards were on the enemy team? And it just sort of makes it so the games don't reduce down to who plays better nearly as much, so the entire structure of the ladder kind of gets jumbled a little bit. And granted, it's more impactful at the levels that it's directly affecting, right? So like bronze through gold are a shit show because of the chrono shields and the rank inflation, and then platinum's a little less because you don't get the chrono shields anymore, but you're still impacted like secondarily by the people that do. And then diamond, you get impacted by the people that were impacted by the chrono shield. So it's like all that, like it kind of echoes its way up a little bit, but then you get to eternity and it's like you don't really feel the impact of that nearly as much because people don't accidentally get to eternity because they got lucky from chrono shield, or like the impact kind of reduces as it goes down the ladder, or up the ladder rather. So that's kind of the big issue, and the whole thing kind of boils down to this one concept, and it's that people are not in the rank that they deserve to be in. um yeah, won 2 games and lost 6 games in 2 days apart. No, I mean, the thing is, like, it happens. Sometimes you go on 10-game losing streaks, sometimes you go on 10-game winning streaks. It just happens. But also, I don't think that it's actually a matchmaking issue. And this is something that I was watching Craggy talk about, and I think he actually brings up a good point, is that the issue isn't actually with the matchmaking. It might be. It is possible that the matchmaking isn't good, but since the devs have confirmed that there's no EOMM, I think the bigger issue, especially since that has been, brought to the attention of us, that, there's no EMM, that it's not strictly a matchmaking issue. The issue is just that the rank system is bad. Um, People are not in the right rank because you can get to Grandmaster by either playing very well or playing a lot. Because you have people that might be like, so I am 9 and 7, and I don't even know where I started, but like I should not be this high. Like I should not be plat 1. Like I think with my win rate, I should probably be like maybe at the bottom of plat. Because I started in gold, I think, or even silver maybe. But just because my history is giving me these types of wins and loss like ratios, it's like, while yes, I do think that I don't deserve to be in the low ranks that I was in, I don't think that I should be ranking up this fast, especially since this game doesn't have an MMR system. But the point is that the rank system is bad. And here's why. You can get to Grandmaster because if you look at this, right? If I'm getting twice as much from a win than a loss, then if I have a 33% win rate, I'm going to stay even, right? So that means that with these ratios, if I have a 40% win rate, I can just rank up all the way until it stops giving me these types of ratios, right? So I could have a 40% win rate and I will consistently rank up. I don't think that should be the case, because that means that people who have 40% win rates that play 200 hours are going to be on the same teams and in the same lobbies as people with 80% win rates that play for 15 hours. Um, and it is very clear that somebody putting in less time with a better win rate should probably be at a higher rank than somebody putting in more time with a less win rate. If anything, I think having a low win rate over the course of a long period of time or a lot of gameplay should indicate that you deserve to be ranked down. My peak is GM3 and current rank is plat 1. Do you think it deserves plat 1? That's hard to say. The thing is that it's like it's just really hard to say. I know a lot of people that have achieved GM3 by playing 300 hours that have like below 40% win rates. Like people who are literally fitting this description, that they are getting to Grandmaster in season 1 or 1.5 simply because they play a lot and not because they are winning consistently. They are losing consistently but ranking up because of it. And that's kind of the issue. And I think there's a few things that they I don't know about need to do, but there are a few things that they could do to help this issue. I think one of the big ones that's going to address another issue as well is greeting placement matches, because another issue that people are complaining about now is smurfing, which, first of all, I think that banning people for smurfing is a little bit crazy, because they're banning off of hunches apparently, where people are getting banned for performing well at low rank. There was that one Reddit thread I talked about a couple weeks ago where somebody got banned for smurfing on their main account because they weren't smurfing, they just hadn't played for a couple of seasons, so their rank decayed down. So they were playing in like silver or gold, but they're like peak celestial, but it's the same account, and they got banned for smurfing because they were overperforming in silver lobbies or whatever, right? So that's like alone really annoying. But also, it brings this argument where, how do we create alt accounts to play at a level that we should be playing if we are not allowed to rank up to that level, right? So for example, if you have a one above all uh like tank player, right? So you have a one above all player and he's like one trick like Thor, but his Hela is off. Like his Hela's terrible, but he's one above all on Thor. So like he's clearly like, even at his worst character, Hela, he might be performing better than bronze players in bronze. Like maybe his Hela, if he was a Hela main and he only played Hela, he would like get hard stuck in like platinum or diamond, right? Like hypothetically. But on Thor, he's one above all. But because his Hela is in that plat diamond range, and we don't have placement games, we're forced to play in bronze 3. He cannot play Hela without smurfing. And if you're playing a character at like a, let's say, diamond level, diamond GM level or whatever, quick play is no longer valuable practice. Quick play does not give you competitive enough practice to get better at some characters, or most characters, honestly. If you only play quick play, it's hard to get better because the game does not play the same. So in order to get better at Hela, this player would need to be playing in those diamond level games. But in order to get there, they have to do what is considered smurfing through bronze to plat, right? They have to just play until they get to that level where they can be like, oh, I'm starting to struggle a little bit with my Hela. How do I get better? But because their main account is in one above all on a different character, different role, they're considered a smurf and they get banned for that. So if you're too good at the game, you get punished by never being allowed to play at a different level. Quick play is boring because people not want to play support center. Exactly. That's the thing where it's like, if this player is one above all on Thor in their main account and then they want to play Hela, but people are like, just go to quick play and you can learn that way. It's like, you will never be able to play Hela in a one above all game if all your practice is in quick play. You need to be able to practice in Diamond. You need to be able to practice in Grandmaster. You need to be able to practice in Celestial and Eternity to work your way up. But if you only play quick play, you're going to be good at Hela in a quick play environment, but then you try and play on your main and you start deranking because your Hela's at like a diamond level and you're playing them in one above all. So what do? You either play a diamond level Hela in bronze or you play it in one above all. And it's like one of the things where it's like, you're going to get banned for doing one of those. So you're just trapped where, okay, well now you're no longer allowed to play anyone except for Thor because you're smurfing if you do. Support is the worst role to play right now. The meta feels horrible, dying over and over. Kinda, well, I feel like support is the most neglected role. Um, y'all DPS. Drew does not play DPS. Drew. That's the only thing Drew does not play. Um, no, I think support has the potential to be the most expressive of skill on the team on average. unless you have like a DPS, like a Widow or a Hela or something that's like basically Smurf level of skill over the enemy team, I think if you were good on support, that is the easiest way to climb up, in my opinion. Um, show them your stats? No. I feel like the thing is support has a lot of expression for solving their own problems, but people will never realize it. Like the DPS and tanks, all they notice is that they're not getting healing. But if you are able to bend over backwards and stop the dives on your own and heal your team and like win the 1v1s, people might not realize it, but you can do that a lot easier than like, because you are the only role that is able to keep others alive easily while keeping yourself alive easily if you do it perfectly. DPSs cannot heal themselves. Tanks cannot heal themselves. Tanks and DPSs can't heal others. So if you are actually server admin, like god level in the game, you can carry the hardest on support, in my opinion. Uh, at a reasonable amount. Obviously, like if you're like legit smurfing, like one above all level Hela, playing in a bronze lobby, it doesn't fucking matter what your supports are doing. But I think the most consistent carry climb role is support. How many times are you gonna play perfectly? I mean, let's see. Where I play support? Not that 2-7 game. I know I have 2-7, but like, oh, this was that's a 2 and that's a 2. I was gonna say this is definitely the 2-7 game if I'm freaking duo healing with Gabe. All right, so let's look at this game. Let's see how much attention I get from my team and how much I have to rely on myself. I'm just gonna play this. Yeah, I think that if you play above average, support's probably the best role to climb with. If you can play them above, if you can play all three roles above average, I think support is the easiest to excel at. If you play average, you should be playing the role that you are most comfortable on. Ideally. Is that Gooners? No, it is. What's up, Floof? How are you doing? You need to calm. Yeah, you do need to calm a lot. Not saying support is hard, but it's the most neglected. I agree. I think that I think it is the most neglected. That's why I say that if you are able to do your team's jobs for you, then it's good. Because while it is the most neglected, it also opens the most opportunity to outplay. Everybody gets hugs. Hugs for Gage, hugs for Sinister. Can I request $20? You cannot request $20. That is one thing you cannot request. But yeah, no, I think the issue with ranked is that this sounds like it's toxic, but it's not. I think everybody's too high rank. I think I'm just gonna say it straight up. Everybody deserves to be a lower rank. Everybody, every single person. Make the one above alls re-earn one above all, because I think the entire thing is so fucked. They need a like to when they redo the rank system and make it happen properly. I think everybody needs to be reset. Start from ground zero, go back up, do placement games, because there are people in GM that belong in silver, and there's people in silver that belong in GM because they don't play enough. And then through an echo effect, everything else happens, right? It's like there's people in Eternity that belong in Celestial, people in Celestial that belong in Bronze. Like, it's just so crazy how poor the rank distribution is. They need to make every single rank meaningful. Because right now, the difference between Bronze and Gold is not meaningful. There's Chrono Shields. It's just like, if you wanted gold for the skin, you can get it by having like a 30% win rate, or even less probably. And I think if they're going to make the skins a goal of making it easy to get so everyone can have the skin, just give it to everybody. Just make them play 10 games and you don't even need to hit gold at that point. I think we have too many ranks. I think we have too many useless ranks. The rank system doesn't, like, okay, realistically, in my head, and this is, I feel like all the metal ranks, every single one, bronze through plat, they feel like I cannot, like, and I've talked about this before, how, like, guess the rank is so fucking hard because bronze through plat looks exactly the same. Like, literally, like, the depths of bronze are a little different, but, like, between silver and plat, it's like, I can't tell if this is a silver game, if this is a plat game or a diamond game. They all look the same. And then the only time it's easy to tell the difference between ranks is when you watch them over time, because it's about the consistency. So, like, I can watch a Grandmaster or a Celestial game, but unless I watch 5 of them and be like, oh, they're taking proper high ground and peeling for each other properly, I can't be like, oh, this one game with sample size 1, I can't tell if it's a Platinum game. I can't tell if it's a Grandmaster game or a Celestial game. Because it's really, like, it's just, the ranks are so squished. So, like, the ranking feels so bad because between bronze and, like, diamond or grandmaster or low grandmaster, it feels very similar, and then that's when the ladder feels like it starts. So it's like we have so many ranks that all represent the same thing. You're either grandmaster or above, and even that's kind of a gray area. It's like you're either celestial above, and that's when the ranking matters, or you're below celestial, and that's all the same rank. That's what it feels like. You can't even six stack anymore. Yeah, I don't like that they did that change. I think the thing is, okay, I think the thing that they're changing with the rank system that's really annoying me is that they are treating it as if every rank matters when they don't. So they're punishing platinum players and not letting them be in six stacks anymore. But platinum's the same as bronze, bro. Like, as far as level of competitive integrity, it's the same rank. The only difference is now you can't six stack or four stack or whatever. It's like, look at that. Spider-Man's on me. I don't need peel. I hit those freezes. My Namor's after him. I heal my Namor. Let him win that 1v1. But yeah, it's like, it would make sense for them to lower the... I mean, okay, it honestly wouldn't really make that much sense. But I think there is merit to lowering the queue party size at higher ranks, right? That makes sense. So, like, in one above all, you don't want to be six stacking, because then you have people carrying, and, like, it's not very good for the competitive integrity at that level. That level does not begin at platinum. Like, I think you should be able to six stack up until, like, maybe GM. Definitely not in Celestial. In Celestial, I think three stack makes sense. Maybe Duo Force. Eternity and above, definitely Duo Force makes sense. But, I think in Celestial, I could see 3 or 2 stack Force. GM, maybe. But Plat and Diamond don't even bother. Like, why? The randoms I feel like are horrible. I mean, the thing is, the randoms on your team are the same pool of people as the randoms on the enemy team. So if you have 4 horrible randoms, the same odds of 4 horrible randoms on the enemy team are there. That's the thing. Over time, the only consistent factor in your games is you. Or the people you're queuing with, right? So if you always duo, you have 2 people on your team that you will always have the same consistency with. And if you're playing inconsistently, then that's something you can improve on. But it's not over time. Like, yes, you can have a session where you're like, oh, we got horrible randoms today. We lost like 4 games in a row and they were like all bad randoms. And that does happen. But if you're playing, 20 hours, 30 hours in a season, it is the chance of it being an issue of you getting bad randoms is really low. Like, astronomically low. That just doesn't happen really. So that's kind of the reason why playing a lot does matter, because you have to accommodate for the samples or the variance, right? So you get a higher sample size to accommodate for the fact that, randoms are going to have inconsistent performance. We can lose them if you're playing in the quick lane conflict. We have better team than, yeah. don't have a dedicated group to play. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the thing. It's having a group to play with where you know that you can rely on each other to do your jobs is really helpful because then you don't need to worry about randoms. But you also have to, be able to rely on each other to do your jobs, right? So like if you are truly better than the average random at your rank, you're going to rank up. That's just how it works. There's no like external factor that is holding you back. If there's a reason why like if Necros goes on a bronze account, he's not going to get stuck in bronze cuz his randoms suck. He's just going to climb cuz he's better. And same thing in silver and gold and plat and diamond. Like he's just going to climb cuz he's better. And even though the only consistent factor in all those games is him, he's still going to climb. It doesn't matter how bad his randoms are. He might lose some games, but over time he's climbing, right? Where the patch you rank up at 6x. Yeah. I feel like yeah, so my issue with the rank system right now and how I think they can fix it. I think first of all, I think the matchmaking they're gonna have a video coming out about their matchmaking like structure, whatever. They say it's not EOMM, but they're gonna have like a video explaining like how it works or whatever. Like they're gonna go deeper into it. So I think that's gonna be a big eye opener of how the matchmaking works. Is the matchmaking part of the problem? Right now, it doesn't actually feel like it is. The issue it feels like is that the rank system is the problem. Like you have people who are in Platinum 1 who belong in Silver 1, and then you have people in Platinum 1 that belong in Celestial 1, right? So it's like those are in the same games, and it just makes it so it's like it's almost quick play-esque with like slightly less variance, right? It's not just completely random people, but um the skill variation is way wider than the rank variation. And I think that's an issue that needs to be addressed. And I think they can do that. First of all, I think we need placement games. I don't know why there's no placement games. We need placement games. That's just, I don't understand. Second of all, I think they should take out chrono shields entirely. Just take out that entire concept of, oh, you can lose and it'll save you. Just take that out. Um, Third of all, I think they should make it so there's no more or very minuscule performance based RR gains. I think if you win, the person who wins on your team, who wins the most points, and the person who loses the person on your team that wins the most points, and the person who is on the winning team that wins the least points should not have a difference of like 35 and 20. I think a win should be the most important stat, and maybe you like win, I don't know, like 23 if you perform really well, and you get plus 17 if you perform really poorly, but you kind of got carried. I think the variance should not be like 25 and or 20 and 35. Like it shouldn't be that wide. Even MVPs. I think MVP giving you like a strictly higher number, like this MVP giving me like plus 5 on top, that should just be gone. MVP doesn't mean shit. I think MVP should not affect at all. It should be, if anything, just stat based, but stats don't tell the truth. So I would personally even argue that it should just literally just be like a number based on the average rank and how well your team did performing. So if you go 3-0, you win more points than if you have like a really close like 3-2, right? And if you're a lower rank than the average rank of the lobby, I think you should gain more points because you're performing in a higher rank lobby. But I don't think that having MVP should give you so much more. It just doesn't work. Um, what else? And I think on top of that, they should just make it so if instead of okay, well, here's the thing. If they make it so gold is hard to reach, and they keep the skins that you acquire from being gold locked behind gold, then people might just stop playing because they're not. It's not like they have to grind so much to get gold to get the skin. So they could either just put it out there and be like, everybody gets the free skin. Just play 10 rank games. It doesn't matter what rank you are. If you play 10 rank games, you get the skin. That honestly, I could just see that being a solution where it's just like, okay, now we don't have people who want to play quick play all the time forcing their way into trying to get gold because they're not having fun with it and they're just playing to get the skin. Just give them the fucking skin. Because I think a big issue right now, a big symptom of the issue is that, you know, bronze, silver, gold, plat, even diamond kind of just feel like the same rank. Um, and that's annoying. So I think that's something they could do to fix that. Just give the skin to everybody, add placement games, allow people to place as high as like high plat or low diamond even. Like if you play 10 placement games, you go 10-0 MVP every single one, fuck it, skip the plat, skip the diamond. Like you're 10 MVPs in a row right now from bronze 3 will get you into plat or diamond. Like yeah. I think that placement game, oh, and also hidden MMR, I think that should be a thing. I know a lot of people are against hidden MMR. Um I think there should be some sort of MMR system. And here's why. I think if you are constantly underperforming and heavily losing, and I think it shouldn't be as much, it shouldn't be as quick to adjust as it is in games like Valorant, but if you lose 20 games in a row, so right now, like at these current gains and losses, right? If I lost 20 games in a row and every single one of them was my fault, I was throwing for 20 games straight, I could win 10 games and I would be positive. I would not lose, or I wouldn't gain less from the wins after my 20 game loss streak, even though I just basically proved to the system that it's like, I don't deserve to be in this rank because I just lost 20 in a row. They were all my fault. I was underperforming. And then the next win, it's like, it forgets about all of it. It's just like, oh, you get plus 30. You won. So it's like, why I should be punished for having a bad record as well as having a bad game, right? Like the amount you lose should be based on your MMR to some extent. And I think that would be the biggest thing for variance of gains and losses, in my opinion. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about the MMR system, but I do think that it makes more sense than whatever the fuck we have right now. But yeah, I think the biggest issue with the rank system is it's too easy to rank up. It is, that's like the actual the base source of the problem. It is too easy to rank up at a base level, which makes it so ranks are less meaningful at all levels. And that's what it feels like. I feel like hitting, like ranking up does not feel special because I didn't need to perform well to rank up, at least at my current rank, right? So if when I hit diamond, I'm not going to feel accomplished because it doesn't matter if I hit diamond in what, like freaking 20 games, or I could just put in another 10 hours and hit it in 100 games with like a worse win rate. I don't need to be playing good. I just need to be playing a lot. And it's like, it feels so unsatisfying. I think every rank should have meaning behind it. I think there should be an accomplishment for reaching silver more than just, hey, you played the game. Same thing with gold and plat and diamond. I think all of them should feel like there is a progression. Because right now the rank distribution feels very flat. Last time I checked, it was like, it wasn't a bell curve like a normal rank distribution should be. It was just flat. Like there's an equal amount of people in bronze, silver, gold, and then it starts tapering off a little bit. But bronze players should be represented as lower skill level than gold players. They shouldn't be in the same pool. And I think a big part of that is placement matches, just taking the bronze 3 players that don't play ranked out of the system entirely, right? Where it's like, it's getting very heavily weighed down by the fact that anybody who doesn't touch ranked is automatically put in bronze 3. So if they added placement matches, that would change a lot and make the rank distribution look better. But even so, I think it feels really bad right now. And that's my issue with the game, competitively. I'm interested to see how they handle when they released a video about matchmaking. I'm also interested to see how they handle the rank situation in general, because I feel like this is the biggest complaint about people on the competitive side of the game, where the ranks, like, there's no reason to play ranked. Like, it's one of the things where it's like, you play ranked to just keep your skills sharp. Like, you don't play it to get a competitive experience. Even at the top, like, one above all levels, eternity levels, like, the people up there are playing either to, like, get the badge or just to fill the time, or they're streamers, but most of them seem to agree that a competitive experience they're not getting competitive experience from ranked. If they want a competitive experience, they have to play scrims. And that's kind of what it feels like it's boiling down to, and I'm starting to see it really. As I spectate a lot of things, like I'll spectate Celestial players, and I can't tell if it's Celestial or Platinum. And then I spectate Bronze players, and I can't tell if it's Bronze or Platinum. It's like these should not be so difficult to tell apart, at least in a game-to-game basis. Obviously, there's a lot of hints where it's like, yeah, okay, this person's moving in a certain way, or they're aiming in a certain way, or they're positioning a certain way, and it's like, yeah, you can take those hints, but in my head, being like 3 or 4 full ranks apart, like being a diamond player and a silver player, like those lobbies should look very different, but sometimes they don't. Like the lowest skill level grandmaster lobby should not look anything like the highest skill level bronze lobby. That's all I'm saying. I think we just need to have a way to get a better rank distribution, and it's going to hurt people's egos because that means that I think pretty much everybody across the board is going to be a lower rank. But right now, if you play a lot and you're half decent at the game, it is just not possible to get stuck in bronze. Like, if you are hard stuck in bronze, just play more. And if you play a ton and you're still hard stuck in bronze, then that's probably where you belong. But I think there should be more people that are allowed to belong in bronze. Like, there needs to be bronze players in order for the rank system to have integrity. There needs to be players who deserve to be in bronze, people who deserve to be in silver, people who deserve to be in gold. In every rank, it needs to actually fill out. Instead of, oh, there's not really any real bronze players. They all just get pushed up to like gold or like wherever Chrono Shields ends or whatever, right? Like that's kind of what it feels like. It feels like there's not really any real bronze or silver players. They're all just gold players that haven't played enough. And I don't think that should be the case. That's about all I have to say about that. I think the biggest thing about Rivals Direction that concerns me is how they're going to maintain the balance and the competitive integrity of it. I think if they fix... The thing is, like, I'm actually completely fine with a lot of the gameplay things people complain about. Triple support meta, I'm fine with it. Like, the gameplay loop, people don't like the fact that, you know, it's so ultimate dependent. There's so much ult economy. Certain characters are busted. Certain characters are underpowered. Like, I'm fine with pretty much all of that. I'm fine to adapt with that. But you can't adapt to a bad rank system. I think if they fix that, it would change the game a lot for me as well as other people who are interested in the game competitively. And you can see that with like a lot of streamers, like, just don't really find a point in grinding the game. The reason why they do it is because they get paid to do it. Like, they have to. It's their job. Which understand, like, it's like, I don't... Necros probably wouldn't be playing this game 10 hours a day or whatever if he wasn't streaming it. Let's be honest. But I think that is something that is not a lost cause. I think it is fixable in the long run, honestly. I think if they put attention into the rank system, put attention into... I think they've been doing pretty well on balance overall, honestly. Like, so the thing is, every patch, and I think a lot of people will expect every single balance patch to cater to every single concern they've had. And that's not realistic. I think they've been doing a pretty good job at addressing a lot of the kind of problems that people have with the game on a gameplay aspect, right? So, like, nerfing the characters that are deemed to be OP, buffing the characters that seem to be underpowered. There's always a little bit of, like, a questionable curveball, so, like, buffing Luna and Hela. But, for the most part, like, a lot of the things that people complain about and a lot of things that kind of make the game unfun are things that are getting addressed. And it's kind of what I would expect, right? Where it's like, I could predict the patch notes, like, let's say like 70 or 80% accuracy, and that 20 or 30% that I predict wrong is like, okay, well, that's understandable because I'm not the dev, like, I'm not making the patch, so it makes sense that I'm not going to be 100% correct about the patch notes. But like, they do address a lot of issues that people have with like certain characters being too strong or not strong enough or straight up annoying. They don't always do everything perfectly. So, for example, they nerfed Black Panther by giving him a cooldown on his spear, but that didn't really do much for why Black Panther is annoying. But they're showing attention to the point that people are complaining about him and that he needs to be nerfed in some way or needs to be changed in some way. So it shows that they are listening. And that's, I think, a really big part. Although there are some things that are questionable, like, you know, buffing Luna and Hela type stuff, where it's just like, these are already really strong characters, why are we buffing them? But I don't know. Maybe they're just doing something to push it. I don't fucking know. But while there is some questionable things, I think overall they're doing a pretty good job, honestly, as far as balance goes. You think Mantis got a nerf or buff? Buff. Oh, hell buff. I think Mantis is really good right now. I've been seeing a couple of people play Mantis in duo healer comps, which I'm gonna be honest, I'm not convinced on still. I've seen top 500 gameplay of dual heal Mantis, and it's like sometimes it works, but I don't think it works consistently enough to try and force it. I don't know if it's kind of in the air for me right now, where I don't think I'm ever gonna call, yo, let's dual heal Mantis. But if that's how the game plays out, I'm not gonna like write it off as a throw. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things where it's like it can work, but I would prefer not to see it in my games. But yeah, I think Mantis is really fucking good right now. Like I think Mantis is actually like really good right now. But hearing people say Mantis is worse, what did they nerf about her other than her ammo size? Did they nerf anything about her other than her ammo size? Didn't they just buff her ult, give her a team up bonus, nerf her ammo size? Wait, I have the patch notes. What? They changed something else? Am I missing something? Mantis. Oh yeah, they nerfed her healing's base. Yeah, so they did. They nerfed it from 12.5 to 10. But with the team up bonus, that's like 12.5 to 11, which is a slight nerf on squishies, but you also have, it does do percent health still. So it's like, I think on 250s, it's like a 5 or 10% nerf in healing for over time. The burst healing is still the same. But yeah, so for squishies, it's like a very slight nerf. For everybody else, it's a big buff. So I think she's still really good. The only issue is that she loses res comp. So she is less playable, but nobody played res comp in fucking ranked anyway. Res comp is so hard to make work that it's like nobody played res comp properly outside of like pro play. So it's like there's no reason to really complain about the loss of res comp. If anything, res comp is just like, I'm glad that it's gone because that shit was annoying. No, I think Mantis is way better right now. I think Mantis is actually like a sleeper good pick. I still think she's... in my head, if we have a Mantis, I'm probably going to call for a third healer. But I do think that since she has a good amount of healing after, you know, her buff that she got last time and the team up anchor, I think she has a decent enough healing that you could third healer her with an off healer. So I think you could do something like, say, Cloak and Dagger, Mantis, Ultron, where you have 2 off healers in Mantis and Ultron, and you only have 1 main healer. Whereas some other healers, so for example, like, Ultron kind of feels like you don't really want to play him, at least before, you didn't really feel like he was that good in a double off healer comp. Like, I kind of felt like you wanted him to be, with 2 main healers. Maybe that's wrong, but I think Ultron Mantis works pretty well now, especially because Mantis gets a good amount of value from Ultron. They do a lot of consistent healing, and if you run the Groot, you have you have 3 different ways of having like constant low amounts of healing. So you just have like a lot of team regeneration. But I think Mantis is really good right now, and I think she does really well as a third healer, even if you're running a double off healer. So even if you have like, you can still do like the res comp-esque thing, right, where you like run Mantis, Adam, Luna, or, you know, Loki, which I think Loki would probably be a good fit here now because the team up. But yeah, you'd run like Mantis, Adam, Loki or something. So you have like a lot of healing through the Loki, and you have enough healing. You have good burst healing with the Adam, and the Mantis does good consistent healing. So it's like it covers like all your bases. And even though you don't have res comp, it still works because like all 3 of those characters are pretty good, like on their own now. Like before, it felt like Mantis and Adam really heavily relied on being in a specific composition, whereas now they're a lot more flexible. Like it actually feels like Adam also works as a third healer in like triple healer comps. I think Adam probably works a little better as a third healer with 2 main healers, but I think you could probably also fit him in with like Adam Mantis, another healer, or Adam Ultron, another healer. But I think it's honestly, although I think triple healer has a lot more comps and is going to be way more relevant right now. I actually kind of think that the meta is more flexible around it. Because triple healer in the past had either been Ultron comps or res comps. And if you're running triple healer for another reason, then I mean maybe you'd do it in like goats, but goats would run Ultron a lot of times anyway. So it's like now you can run triple healer and you have a lot more variety if you want to run triple healer. And double healer is still fine. Honestly, the only thing that feels bad now is that Jeff kind of gets shit on. Jeff didn't get changed at all, but all the people that were like debatably as bad as Jeff got buffed. So like Jeff is like, it feels bad because I like Jeff as a character, but I fucking think this character is really bad right now. Like Jeff feels so bad. Because he feels like, first of all, you don't get a healer ult, so you have to run like, he doesn't do enough healing or have an impactful enough ult to make you want to run Jeff dual heal. So it's like you have to run a third healer, but it feels bad because it kind of feels like he's supposed to be a main healer, but he just doesn't have the utility a main healer has. So it's like you have to run Jeff with like at least Mantis plus a main healer because Mantis gives you a healer ult. And it just feels bad that like Jeff has so many holes you have to patch just to make him fit. And even then, most of the time he's just like underperforming because he just, if you have a Jeff triple heal, you might as well have like a Luna or a Cloak. It feels so bad to play Jeff right now. What's up, Xian? How are you doing? It feels weird reading your name and calling you Xian instead of Joey. You're like the only person I know that I refer to by like first name. Not the only, actually. There's multiple, but you're one of the only that I just like. I read your name immediately, and I'm just like, oh damn, my brain like just read that. It didn't do the autocorrect. But yeah, I think Mantis is really strong right now. I think Mantis like is actually like so fucking strong right now. One of the things people really underrate about Mantis is that she is the only character that has, well, actually not even, I don't say the only, but because Storm exists, but she's strong for a similar reason, where she's one of the only characters, and she's the only support, that has the ability to damage boost with just a cooldown, right? Like, so like Rocket and Luna can do it with their ults, but damage boosting is so fucking strong. And people don't even realize, like, it changes time to kill, it gives you more ult charge. I mean, those are the two big things, but like, it's just, the damage boost is so strong, and having that on just a cooldown on Mantis is so strong. And that's actually one of the reasons why I think she's best as a third healer, because then you can put a little more emphasis on damage boosting instead of having to use all your leaps to heal, right? So damage boosting your tanks or DPSs, or even your other healers that have like valuable ultimates to help them build their ult faster, goes such a long way. And then also damage boosting high damage DPSs is obviously really big, or changing time to kill. So like Widow is obviously a good example where it's like it lets her one shot. Punisher is a good example. People would run the Punisher Storm DPS duo combo just because the Storm damage boost makes Punisher do so much more damage, and it's like you can literally just shoot their front line, and a lot of times the enemy healers can't out heal it. Like they just don't have enough healing because you're doing so much damage. That's Punisher Storm, and Mantis kind of has a similar effect. Okay, I think we're yapping. I think we're done yapping. That was a lot of yap. We have a couple of VODs to do. I'm gonna look at, we're gonna start with Angie's VOD, and then Venny's, and then if we have time, which we'll see. I kind of want this to be a longer stream, but we'll see how I feel after the first two VODs. Then we'll do Drew's team. Is there a maximum damage boost? No. Not that I know of. You can stack Luna, Rocket, Storm, Mantis. As far as I know. Theoretically, how strong is that? Well, Luna's 40, Rocket's, that'd be 65. Storm is 20, so 85. Mantis is 12, which is 97. So you do almost double damage. Is there anybody else with a damage boost? Am I missing somebody? I don't know if you double Luna with Loki, if that would double. Like, I don't know if you'd get another 40, but Storm when empowered, it should be 20, I believe. Anybody else have a damage boost? I guess if you count Terror Cape, that multiplies by, I think, 38% on top of that. But that's not a damage boost. That's a damage vulnerability. But yeah, you do Mantis. You do Mantis, Rocket, Luna, Storm, and then whoever you want to damage boost. And I guess you could do Loki as well. I don't know if Loki would stack with Luna. It might be another 40. Oh, you know, yeah, Loki's team up. His runes is another 25. So you can get a 122% damage boost. 122. Which with 122, that means Widow can like one shot. She could two shot Groot. Wait, that's funny as fuck. Just Widow just double headshotting Groot. What's up, Jockey? How are you doing? Yeah, like with that amount of damage boost, like Storm's right click would like a fucking a DPS. Right? I'm doing pretty good. My internet was out yesterday. So I was hoping to stream yesterday, but I didn't get to. And then when I got it back today, it was already like evening. So I'm streaming a little late today, but that's what we're doing. I haven't streamed in a while, so I'm glad to be back. But I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, wait. So now that I think about it, with the Tower Cape... Fuck, do I have to map this out, bro? Let me get the calculator. Okay, so we have... What did I say? 122? 122... 122% increased damage boost. So that'd be 2.22 times 120 times... Or wait, no. Times 2. Times 2. Times 2. Because that's a headshot. And then... times 1.38 for the damage boost. 735. So if you full damage boost Widow and Terror Cape your target, you can one-shot almost every tank with a headshot. That's actually so funny. In theory, if you had the Storm, you'd have to use Luna, Rocket, ults, Loki runes, Storm damage boost, and Terror Cape them, but you can one-shot like Penny. Actually, that's like almost every tank, right? Like 735? Like that's like every tank except like Groot, Venom, and Thing? Oh no, Thing dies. I think that's... Oh wait, no, Penny lives actually. Penny 750. You'd think I would have these numbers memorized actually. Okay, so every tank except Hulk, Penny, Groot, and Venom, you'd be able to one-shot if you full damage boosted a Widow. A Hawkeye would kill everybody. Which is actually so funny. We should do that in a not a custom game, in a quick play. We should fully damage boost a Hawkeye and one-shot a Groot. That would be so fucking funny. Just deleting like a Groot. Posture check. I'm actually gonna get up and get some refill my water before we get into this. Let me pull up the game real quick. That way we can see what we're looking at. I'm gonna be right back. Gonna get some more water. I'm gonna sit back down with proper posture. Give me 2 to 3 minutes, and we'll be right back. And then we're gonna get some into some fodderies, right? Be right back up. All right, we're back. Um, so let me let's open up EpiPen and see if we can make this work. I'm gonna try this. If it doesn't work, I'm just gonna close out of it and figure it out off stream. But should be okay. This right here. Um. So let's look at these notes here. So this. Okay, so this is a Diamond 1 lobby. Peak rank GM2. And says, I don't know how we lose this. Is it my fault? So just looking at the scoreboard, we're playing Hela. We have top finals where like it looks like we have pretty high impact. We're doing a lot of damage. Um We're doing a lot of final hits. Our healing numbers look all right. Our Namor is kind of lacking a little bit, but I mean, we could see what we're doing here because the scoreboard doesn't always tell the full story. Um, we can see how we go here. So the main things that I'm looking at on Hela, and this is Hall of Djalia, Djalia. I don't know how to pronounce that, but we're gonna be looking for positioning. It's gonna be huge. Target priority. Um, and in this case specifically, I feel like we should be looking specifically at awareness and ability to peel for backline, because you can't exactly trust your tanks to be doing that. And we do have a Namor, but it looks like he was also on BP, so it's one of those things where while it's not exactly your primary job to be the one looking at your backline and paying attention, making sure they're not getting dove by a Black Panther, for example, um, it is something that sometimes you will just have to take into your own hands, because even if it is not your primary job, it is better that you do it than nobody do it, right? So if your other teammates are not doing that and they are refusing to, or you're telling them to do it and they're not like doing it well, sometimes you just have to be the one to do it. Even if like ideally it's not your responsibility fully, picking up the slack is your responsibility. Okay. So let's look into this and see how we go. Well, I didn't even catch the bands, but we'll look at them. So this is like, yeah, this is a full diamond lobby. So where are we starting? Let's see. We are attacking to start. Okay. So first thing on this map is, it's interesting because this map is really flexible and people like to play it. A lot of people would like to portal it off rips. A lot of people don't. I think the best way to pass is going to be up here. Taking this long angle kind of leaves you to, first of all, be flanked by whoever's up here a lot easier without getting the opportunity to scope them, because obviously a lot of times people will strafe into this angle and not even pay attention that somebody might be up there. Whereas by rolling out on this high ground up here, not only do you have the ability to directly face this angle one-on-one, you also cut off this like big danger zone of getting flanked. And also you get to, you know, look downwards, you get this high ground as cover, you have these great pieces of cover, and you can transition into any of these openings pretty easily after you fight for this space originally. So especially in Hela, I'm going to be looking for a high ground take here, or even a fight to take up here. Ideally, like running down main as a whole squad, especially since we're running Venom Hulk. Oh, no, anyway, switch to range. But I think rolling out high ground, especially on a character like Hela, is going to be really important. You typically want to have your healers and your sniper-esque people up there, especially. Yeah, so like this is what I'd advise against taking this angle right here. Um, your Luna's way too far out. I don't know what they're doing, but yeah. So the thing is, your Luna. This I know this is not you, but like hypothetically, instead if a Groot didn't peek this corner, what if it was a Bucky? Your Luna dies. Like she's just like up doing her own thing. If Bucky just comes and hooks her, she's dead, and then you're down a healer, and you start the game like 30 seconds or 40 seconds behind because you just don't get the fight because you're down a healer. But up here, so for example, if you were up here on this high ground, these walls are much less of a problem. You're able to look over them, and you're able to break them if you wanted to, so you get to choose. Whereas right here, you only have the option to break them or go around them, and going around them is going to be really dangerous here because your healers can't also follow you in this wide angle. So a thing about Groot is sometimes he'll put up these walls, right? And then he's like, from your perspective, you might think, oh, they're in my way. Let me go this wide and look around them. And then say your healers do the same thing, and your healers are like, oh, I need to heal somebody behind this wall. Let me go all the way up here. And then he drops the walls, like he recalls them, and then all of a sudden your healers are like way out of position, right? So that's why we need to be breaking these walls instead of trying to go around them a lot of the time, because they're going to force you out of position, because Groot gets the option to choose if the walls are here or not. You do not. So if you break them, it gives you that option. Let me get rid of the walls. Whereas it takes away the option from Groot. So I like how we're hitting them here, but Yeah, so now we're kind of like in a weird position because like we're down one. And I think this is overall like a point where we're just trying to kite back. I like how you're breaking the squids. I think that's really good. Oh. Oh, okay. Great shots. I think that was probably the best thing you could have done in that situation to like the way you were kiting back. I think kiting back to that angle and just threatening to kill that Hulk could have changed. Like if he died there, that changes a lot. I don't actually mind this take. Nice. Oh, okay. So I don't mind this angle, but I don't think we should have been so aggressive on it. I think there is a point here where let's see when we go in there. Um, so we have a BP, but even though our BP is like looking to be ready to engage, we need to know where our rest of our team is, right? They're not here. Um, and let's see when you start peeking. It's like I like how we have this position. This grid actually gives us some space, but again, for the same reason, you have to be careful because if you're in here and you're like, you know, playing this angle, you have to be careful. He might just call this wall back, and then you're in the open, right? But let's see when you where your team is. So right here, we start peeking, and it looks like oh we're starting to go in. We have a Venom going in. We have a BP going in. So this seems like a pretty good idea. But look where your team is. This is one of those situations where it's not really your fault because you're following the cues of your team, but you're only following the cues of half your team, right? Like realistically, you have two options, right? You help these guys and try and get value with no healers, or you wait for the just let them die and be like, that's on you guys. And we choose the first option, which honestly, you got more value than your other teammates did, but like we don't really get much here. We get assassinated by Black Panther, but now look, your other team is here now. Or your other half of your team is here, but we already lost the fight. We're already down two. And our Venom's not in a good spot either. So, like, we're kind of just staggering. And that's not necessarily entirely, like, on you. Well, yes, I think you should not have gone in there. Either way, your BP was going to die there, right? So it's like, either way, you're getting staggered, so it's not entirely your fault. But now we have the ability to go back out. I think we should be taking this way. Um, in general, it's a longer line of sight, and also your healers are here, which means that if somebody's jumping on them and you know they have a Black Panther, you know they have a Black Panther here, you can help them by going in this room. You lock yourself out of healing because both of your healers are here, and you lock yourself out of the ability to peel for them. So I think rolling out towards the left here, especially because it's also a longer line of sight, like you'll actually like, I mean, if these group walls weren't here, but you can break them. Once you get to this corner, you actually get line of sight, right? So you can start you can enter the fight earlier, than going through this room. In general, I would advise going into this room as little as possible. This room is like a mix-up or like a flank route. If you're trying to just roll out or push as a team, you generally want to either be going it straight up main, up on high ground, or we have like a split flank type deal. Like if we have like dive and we're able to have a different thing going on where we might send like Spider-Man or Black Panther up on the high ground here, and we might send somebody through here and just have like a multi-pronged attack. But if you're just rolling out as like a mainline DPS or tank or anything, these are typically gonna be your two best avenues, especially if you're running back from spawn. Because like this fight's been going on after you spawned. But I definitely think we should go over here. Okay. Nice shot. Get 3 on. Yeah. But your aim is very good, by the way. Yeah, this is kind of the issue of BP. Like, so theoretically, it's like, yeah, like on one hand, I'm just like, okay, so why are we shooting the Hulk? There's a BP right here, but also like, how are you hitting this? I mean, I don't doubt your ability to hit a BP like that because your aim has been very good right now, but that's kind of like the BP issue, right? Where it's just like he's just going back and forth. Like hitting the Hulk, you're gonna hit those shots. Hitting the BP, there's like a good chance you're just missing. Granted, you do have a stun, and it is actually a team up, but it's still like a struggle. But ideally, yeah, we do need to be looking to try and deal with the BP. I think, okay, so this is something I was right about to bring up, and I think you just did it perfectly. Paying as much attention as possible to where the BP is and trying to be very aware of where he is and marking him before he goes in. It's really important. So like right here, this BP is low enough that he's got to find healing before he can go in. He can't just jump right up here and start going on your healers again because he might die. So by hitting him those like 2 or 3 times, you just completely stop the engage that could have happened in like 10 seconds, right? And as Hela, you need to be doing that as much as possible because that's going to be the most consistent way of shutting down their BP. Good. He even went in and look, he gets punished for it. If you didn't hit him before, he would have had full HP and you actually probably die there. Like he actually probably kills you there. Nice shot. Put on a show, and now once we know that they just use Cloak and Dagger ult, they just use Luna ult, we should be looking to first of all, I would assume that we would want to be a little separated here. Because they have Groot ult. So what I would be trying to do is either being aggressive, ready to pop my ult, or I play further back and be ready to bird in and pop my ult. But the one thing we don't want to do here is be grouped up at the end of Luna's ult. And we know that's going to be coming up very quickly because we popped Luna ult in response to their Luna ult, and their Luna ult just ended, right? So our Luna ult, I'm going to guess, probably has like 2 or 3 seconds, maybe, if that. 4 seconds. Okay, so we have 4 seconds on our Luna ult. We want to make sure we don't get Groot ulted. That way we can pop our ult. Or be ready to pop it in response. But you could even be popping it right now. The main thing is you want to be able to get your Hela ult off if we need it to win a fight without getting Groot ulted. Because if you get Groot ulted, you might just die. Oh, or we just run him down. Okay. I think there was a very big potential for that to go south if Groot hits a big ult on you guys after your Luna ult ends. But we just run him down, looking good. The cart was capped, which is really unfortunate because we win that fight pretty well. But because the cart was capped by them, they like get to reset for free. Like we didn't get much distance. Like they're gonna fight us like at this corner again still. Unless we stagger this Hulk. Okay. I like this ult. I was gonna say this is a really good time to ult here. It denies a lot of space. Because now, like, yeah, he hits a Groot ult and it is good, but they don't actually win much from that. Like, he kills, like, the Groot ult was pretty good. It killed both your healers, but, like, you killed their healers in trade. And that was all because of your positioning being a little more aggressive in between their tanks and their backline and popping that ult. I think that was actually really well played. Yeah, no, I think I'm fine with that. So there is, okay, that's really minor, but there is merit to saying like, oh yeah, just shoot the squid as soon as you see it, because like the likelihood of you getting that kill is really low. But just by how much I've seen your aim, there is a chance that you just headshot the Namor, stun him, headshot, and he's dead. There is a chance you just do that. So I think trying to get that aggressive pick is more valuable, especially since you, I don't know if you were aware you're going to get healing, because this is like kind of barely, but you did get healing like right as you took that. But there was like, if there was no healing behind you, you could have died there, just theoretically. Okay, that's also risky. I was scared for your life. I was probably going to pop bird there. I like how we're looking at the Black Panther though. I like how, like right now, I mean, the way you're backing up says this is something you're doing very well. Like right here. So we're cutting line of sight from their heal, or from their team. Sorry, not their heals. This Namor can't poke you. But if this Black Panther pokes his head, you can poke him. So you're doing a really good job here of isolating your angles. So you're staying protected from anybody who is a threat to you, and you're threatening this person who can't fight back. And the impact of this is you're threatening him to get off of this high ground. Because he either gives up his position, or he has to be aware that you're looking at him, and you might just kill him if he peeks his head out. And that's exactly what's happening here. Like, you're chasing him, you have a Venom up there chasing him, and now he has to just get off, like, his good position here. And even I think he's still up there fighting, but he had to get healing. So it's like, he's demanding resources on a flank. So as long as your Venom doesn't die up there, it's a W for you. That was a great stun. I think that Hulk just stayed in way too long, though. I think you realistically shouldn't have gotten that. That's a little unfortunate positioning. Could we have prevented this? Technically, yeah. Like, if you reacted at this very millisecond with the bird in this direction to, like, get here. But honestly, like, Gamma Squid nails you with the right click. Yeah, like... It's one of the things where, like, if you had 0 millisecond reaction time, yeah, you could have lived there, but I don't think that's reasonable to say. Like I think that was kind of a checkmate. You could have positioned a little better, like, fighting the Hulk, but realistically, I think it was just one of the things where it's like, you just got to hold that one. We're down a healer, so we have to assess right now, is this winnable? But since we just heard our Luna ult get popped, we have to just assume it is. It's one of the things where it's like, if it was not winnable, our Luna just wasted ult, so we have to try and get as much value out of this as we can. And it looks like it still might be winnable. We're down one for one. We have spawn advantage. Actually, we're about even spawn advantage. Just from line of sight perspective. I will say that I think it might be more beneficial for you to be trying to fight for high ground here, if you can. Good that you're peeling. You probably need somebody else to help you peel. Oh no, you guys are good. I mean, yeah. This is excellent. Just smoke the healers, and then you should definitely try and stay 3 on to cap this. That was a great exile. Yeah, they're just scrambling. I think you should be pushing past and looking past this, like, ignore this Hulk probably. Well, maybe not. Maybe not ignore. Now they popped ult. But there was merit to, like, telling your team. Actually, no, you have a Black Panther. But I think trying to deal with the healers might have been more impactful here. But, I mean, you're fine here. But once the Hulk popped ult, I think it makes sense to try and burn him down. I mean, sure, we die here, but we already have good spawn. Like, we're not really losing much by dying here, and they lose more from, like, taking that risk. Okay. So there's actually a couple of things that I'm noticing here that, and it's actually, like, not even an issue with your gameplay. So there's one thing that I'm noticing, and we'll see how, if it adjusts during the rest of the VOD, but something I'm noticing is your positioning is very mainline. However, I feel like the reason why a lot of positioning is mainline is because your BP, well, actually, yeah, no, you don't have Snowflake. So, for example, something I'm noticing here, when we're coming out of spawn here. Oh, actually, even before this, right? Yeah, so we're up here, we're fighting this. I want you to stay up here. I feel like this window, popping this angle, is going to do you so much better as long as you play around cover and don't just get nuked out, right? If you play this angle and be ready to, like, fall back to the health pack if you need healing, you could get a lot more value than jumping down here, right? So, like, this angle right here, now look at your screen, right? Imagine this Hulk's not in the way, but, like, you have no luxury of target priority. Like, right now, you are just shooting whoever is in front because you can't shoot past them. Whereas if you're up here, look, you can even see this BP that you can't see from down there. But look, you can hit this Invis. This Namor is a way easier target. You still kind of get blocked off a little bit because Namor's jumping, but this Luna is also a target once the Namor falls, right? So now you can choose whoever you want to shoot from up here. Whereas down here, you're just shooting whoever you can hit, right? So I think that's something I would like to see on the positioning front, is trying to take high ground and prioritize it more. And this also extends to fighting for it, knowing when you can take a proper fight and fight for that space rather than just immediately giving it up when you're contested. I think that's a thing people will often fall into, is like somebody will jump up and fight their high ground and then they're like, okay, you can have it, bro, and then leave. But I think if you stay up here, you could get a lot more value, especially seeing how, like, honestly, your aim is very good. You're getting a lot of very high priority kills. Like, you're doing very well as far as actually hitting your shots. If you make the shots even easier for yourself, like, I have full faith in what I'm seeing right now. Like, this is at least a dead heal, at least one dead healer, probably two, or like a dead BP or something. Like, if you're up here, you're getting so much value, whereas like down here you don't really get as much because you're just not in a good position. I actually have like full faith in your aim to like just completely smoke them from that angle. I mean, you're even hitting BP while he's like engaging. Like, we ult in. Okay, we capped this. So even here, I'm gonna be looking. So I know we're fighting right here, but once we start pushing back, my ideal situation is that you probably start pathing up here, right? You start taking this off angle. It's a high ground angle, it's an off angle, and it's got the ability to retreat to cover, and it's got a health pack, right? So I'm hoping that you're taking more of these like high ground off angles as Hela, because you have the escape to deal with it, or to oh, that was a good ult. You have the escape to get out of sticky situations as long as you have a little bit of cover. And you also have the advantage of being on high ground. So you have a lot of cover there versus just being the passenger princess on cart. Although it would be way easier to be playing these angles with a snowflake. But I think even without one, even if you didn't have a Luna at all, you could still thrive from being on these high ground angles. Here is fine to be on cart because you are long range and you we're in overtime, you have tanks taking space, so it's like I think this is a fine time to be like on cart. But if we were having to fight for that space, that's unfortunate. Um is that avoidable? I just want to see if this is like an avoidable death. I think that timing though, he waited for you to look away. That was actually really good by him. Actually, I don't even know if he did. That might have just been unfortunate timing. I want to see this real quick. No, I think actually he just like maybe, but yeah. And you fight this back really well. Low key, maybe a bird straight up would have been better. So the reason why I say this is right here, and I know you just pop bird just because you need the invulnerability because you're gonna die. But if you bird straight up here, or like not even straight up, but like if you bird up in the air, even if he uses ult, he either ults you and it's a solo ult and nobody else gets hit by it. You never risk that. Or you can just fall down and dodge it because Hela can slow fall. So by going in the air, you get to control the plane you're moving at, right? So you can either stay high up or fall down very fast. Whereas by birding in this direction, you have no more mobility. You have no way to, you can't dash to the left or right or up or down. Whereas in the air, you can kind of quote unquote dash downward a little bit. You're probably still dying here, just saying, if you did that, like, but there might have been a chance that you get healing if you're like all the way up in the air and like you hear that look at you, but realistically, this BP just wanted you dead. But that BP did just take a good opportunity. I'm not gonna lie, like that was just a good opportunity on him to find a pick on you. Seeing how you're like very clearly like the main target right now. Like your healers are actually doing pretty fine, but your BP is not really getting a lot of impact, and obviously their Black Panther isn't gonna jump on your tanks. So you're like the biggest target for him. So it makes sense that he wants you dead enough to like completely just solo ult you out of that. It makes sense for him to want you gone. But they let you get back into the fight, so you're still running it back while you're here. Oh, that you theoretically could have stunned him for that, but that's hard. Oh, we double support ult. Yeah, that's actually really unfortunate here that we double support ult. Yeah. No. No string swap. It doesn't matter anyway, though. Okay, realistically, okay, so we don't cap that fully, but I will say I think you are doing as much as you can. Like, pretty much any misplay that I point out, other than the positioning on high ground, pretty much all the, like the quote unquote misplays I've been pointing out were just like me like on technicalities, right? Where it's just like, could we have technically done this better? And sometimes the answer have been yes, but the only like actual like issue I'm seeing that could be holding you back, like as a general thing that could be like a recurring problem, is that prioritizing high ground and positioning. Your aim is very good. You're hitting the right targets for the most part. I think you might be having to peel a little more than you want to, but I think it's more so that you're adjusting to the fact that nobody else is doing it. Like I think you're doing very well right now. Uh, the issue there on why you guys didn't cap, I mean, it was just one of those things where it's like it was already very close and we made one or two vital mistakes. So it's like, I mean, we're looking at this. Our Panther is very obviously, well, he was Panther, very obviously not really getting many opportunities. He's kind of inting a little bit, just saying. Like, I mean, 5 finals, 8,500 damage, 8 deaths, the most deaths on our team, and he hasn't really been getting very many priority kills. I mean, he does have 5 finals, so it's like he's gotten some, but you're really holding the DPS line together. Like, you and your tanks are just completely like your Panther has not been part of the team really, especially because he's playing Panther into Namor and now Ultron. So good thing he switched off of it. Um, but he was just not playing Panther into a good team to play Panther into, right? They have Luna, Invis, Namor, and he just didn't swap up Panther the entire half. That's kind of on him, as well as the fact we just double support ulted, and that's one of the things where it's like your supports have actually been really solid this entire game. To be honest, like they've been really good. I didn't really have many complaints about your supports, like from your perspective. Uh, it's just one mistake, right? It's like one of the things like it happens. So I don't really think that's like much of an issue on you. Like I don't think the not capping was something you really could have prevented. It was just as a team we made a big mistake, and we also didn't call for a swap off Panther, or if we did, this Panther didn't listen. So right now, I think you're doing pretty much as you can on the attack side. Um, the only criticism I have on the attack is more aggressive and more high ground positioning. Just knowing your limits, and also if you had Snowflake, it would be a little different, right? You could just play in off angles permanently, pretty much. Um, but yeah, even here, I would probably want to be seeing a little bit of high ground play here. Um, because the first angle you're probably going to want to be looking for is here, actually, instead of here. Because by playing low ground here, we actually lose this fight to high ground players. So we either have an even fight, kind of, on elevation, where, especially as Hela, where you could just two-tap people. You get a pretty decent fight from this angle. From this angle, it's way harder to hit these people. But if they are going to run low ground, then we don't need to worry about that. But a lot of times they will be running high ground, especially characters like Namor. Namor, Hela, Phoenix, even Widow, Bucky. A lot of times they will just take this immediate high ground angle because it gives them this peak cover and they get to shoot down. And like I showed before, shooting downward lets you choose your target priority way more. So you are a little wide here trying to reach for this fight, which right now you're not going to get punished for it probably because they don't have somebody high ground. But right here, like if they take this high ground, you're in a really bad position, right? Luckily you're Hela, you get a bird, so you're not without an escape, but there is a chance that you just get killed here if somebody peeks you from the right angle. Doing good amount of poking. I will also say if we're going to be playing this angle, I normally tell people to break this bridge immediately. And you can see this is why. So let's look at your Luna's perspective actually. This Groot is like one step away from being out of line of sight, and then like from your cloak and dagger, this Groot is almost entirely out of line of sight. If we break this bridge, then we could be playing like all the way back here. We could be playing up here, and we could still be healing this group. So just something I generally call if I want to hold that corner is to break this bridge immediately. It's really easy to break too, so it's one of the things where if we're going to try and use it as high ground, the enemy team can break it if they wanted to, so we just take away that option by breaking this bridge preemptively. You don't always have to do that, but it's usually something I call. That way the group can get more consistent healing and better line of sights. Yeah, thanks for the bits, Venny. And this is kind of going back to the thing I've been noticing before. So on Hela, so there's a couple of interesting things you could be doing as Hela, and Namor can be doing it too. Playing on this high ground's pretty strong. First of all, we want if we're playing on this high ground, we definitely want this bridge broken because that gives them a lot of cover from this angle. But also, we know they have a Black Panther, so this is like the best flank route for Black Panther. So it makes a lot of sense for us to want to control it. And there's actually a couple of easy ways of controlling this. And I think Namor should be the one up here, probably. Because Namor can like throw Squid up here or like on this pillar or something like this, and it'll spot the BP coming through this window. It'll spot down here. And when empowered, it has enough range that Namor can like right click and get the Squid to shoot down main too. So I would probably be trying to post our Namor up here and have you be playing probably like up here, honestly, like on this high ground or in this window, or be playing around this corner next to our healers. I think this might be a little too far back. If you get dove by BP, you're not going to have any help because your healers have to look 180. So I'd just be careful about this angle, or just be very aware that you will not have immediate support if you get dove on. Okay. Nice. Okay. I like it. Yep, we're looking past the mag. We're looking for his backline. Great. And once the mag is able to die, that's when we start looking at the mag. But I think it is a great instinct. Do you die? Yeah. That's a little awkward. But, I mean, yeah, you just ran the wrong way, right? Yeah. Did you almost make it out? You actually did almost make it out, but you could have just walked backwards, but it happens. We have co-op time, so we should portal this. Any portalers? Oh no, it should have been you. You or no more should have switched. You're like, portals are gonna be like 2 seconds late, but I think we're still gonna get it, so it's gonna be fine. But should wait like a second to portal. Where's the portal land? Wait, hold up. Did we portal? Wait, we switch to strange and don't portal. Okay, well, I don't know what this was then. Like, why do we switch to strange if we're not gonna portal? We didn't even need to run here. Like, look how much time you have. They don't even have 2 ticks here by the time your Luna touches. Like, we could have, if we weren't going to portal. Well, the thing is, so the reason why we should portal is not for us to touch. The reason why we should portal is so our Cloak and Dagger, who was stalling the point for our ability to portal, can get back. Because right now, we are entering as a 5v6. And it's going to stay a 5v6. And we're probably going to lose the 5v6 when Luna ult runs out. And Cloak and Dagger is going to show up when we're all dead, right? So why we portal is we portal. And usually, on this map specifically, I see a lot of people try to portal on these 2 corners specifically. Or if they push up too far, we block off their line of sight. But a lot of times I will put the portal like on this, and I'll face it inward on this quarter, right? Or outward, sorry. I'll place it like this, looking like this. And what that does is it lets us flood out of this portal and sort of turn around, and we get the cover from the portal, right? So they can't shoot us because they're shooting through the back. And then we go in, pop our Luna ult, and start like, you know, structuring our fight. And I'll normally wait. I'll wait until our cloak is probably like pretty close to spawned. So like I'll probably be opening a portal like within the next couple of seconds. That way we can do this, and then our cloak can join us in the fight very quickly. But now we're starting this fight with Luna ult, which we're doing it super early, and we are going to be down a healer for the entire fight. So I would really like to see a portal here. And I thought that was the reason why we switched to Strange. Okay. I mean, we are fighting it back. See how you do here. Yeah, and it's kind of a big cluster here. So had we portaled, we could have just had, like, played it normal, right? Like, we just played normal. We Luna ult. Luna should give you Snowflake, because she's going to be on the point. And then, like, say we portal... So hypothetically, here's exactly what I would call it. I normally would play the tank, so I'd be the one portaling. I would probably put my portal like this, right? And I'll say, let's flood out, Hela go high ground. So I'll have you bird up here, and you're going to play this, and you're going to have Snowflake. And then we're going to have Luna with me on point. So Luna and Strange are going to be on point, fighting with the ult. And Cloak and Dagger is going to be able to come through, or even look through the back of the portal and heal us, or cape up here and join you on high ground and play with you. And we could just sort of fight normally. We don't all have to be on point. We just need one person. The only person that really needs to be on point is either your Strange or your Hulk, right? Like, everybody else can play off point. You can play high ground. You can do whatever you want. As long as there is a single person on this point, it's not going to get capped. So, something here that you did specifically, that and why it's relevant to you here, is because it looks like you're kind of like scrambling to get in. Like, we don't need to bird in here. We know we're going to die if we do this, right? So instead of birding in here, you could either save the bird and fight this Punisher, or bird up like to another angler here or something. But we need to contest this Punisher, because fighting in this ult is not going to help you. Like, you get almost no value from just ulting into or birding in here. So you either have to fight the Punisher or find another angle to approach from. But going straight into the fight, you being on point does not really matter if there's already someone on point, right? Like, if you need to stall for overtime or, like, you know, touch for overtime, that's a different story. But you don't need to be on point if somebody else is already there, right? So just something to note. We do get a really big, like, we actually win this fight. I think that was an Agamotto, I assume. That was huge. So we actually get fortunate here. Like, that, I feel like that was so close, and we somehow managed to save our portal with that. But... So, at this point, there's something to note. At this point, you know for a fact they just use Invis ult, and they just use Luna ult, right? Granted, their Invis switched to Cloak and Dagger, but I don't know if you know that by now. But you will never kill this Magneto from this range. Like, you're never just going to kill him. He's going to get healing. And you have ult. So you have zero reason. Like, any amount of damage you do to this mag... So, like, right here, this is fine because you're looking for a pick, right? So if those were headshots, he dies. But these, that's just healer ult for them, right? So, like, their Luna just got, like, 3% ult from healing that mag, and you got nothing because you already have ult. So keep in mind that when you have your ult, available, like, you need to go, like, exclusively priority targets. Also, I don't agree with that ultimate. Although I will say you did get a good response out of it. I feel like this ult might have been more so because you were scared you're gonna die, but I feel like a better ultimate is if you had the ability to pop it around this corner somehow. I think you're gonna get the most value out of your Hela ultimate, and granted, it's a very flexible ultimate, but I think you should be trying your best to look for it in situations where they're past a point of commitment, but still in between the point of commitment and security, right? So if they're all pushed up and they have like a Luna ult going or something, you don't pop Hela ult, right? You're like, they have ults going on and all that. But if you wait for maybe this mag to walk up a little bit, use his shield, use his bubble, and then you pop your ult, and then force like this Ultron ult or something, like you force that out, or force a Luna ult really early or something like that. Granted, they don't have a Luna ult. But if you force it after they cross this choke point and they kind of like, they're like, oh, halfway in, halfway out, then you force them to make a very heads up decision. And it's really hard for teams to be on the same page about it. By popping it here, they know exactly, like, they're like, okay, let's back up and break it. Like, they know exactly what they're going to do here. Whereas a big part of Hela ult is that you sneak it up on them, and then they need to make a very quick decision and all be on the same page. Whereas by popping it out here, you put them on the same page. Like, they have no other option than to be on the same page right now. Granted, you don't really get punished for it other than wasting your ult, and you have a really good hit on this Black Panther, which does work out in your favor that you pop your ult, that way this Black Panther can't get support, but it was pretty much a bad time for him to go in anyway. You could have punished him by just turning around instead of ulting. Okay. I think we should be looking to fight on this co-op time. Yeah. So, right here. So they do this, and we pop our co-op time. And granted, this is not a great co-op time, because look where this... Actually, no, it's actually not bad. Yeah, this is not actually a bad co-op time. But, there's like a couple places where we can be here. And there's a couple places we can't. Where we can be here, and even they have Punisher going, so it's actually kind of risky to be on the co-op time, like standing still. But if you're like far away, like if you're in the back of this co-op time, it is really unlikely you're getting bursted down by this Punisher. So you have a couple of places where I would say like it's acceptable to be right now, especially because you have Bird up, right? You can be on the co-op time, trying to fight, get ult charge, and maybe kill this Punisher. Granted, it's really unlikely because they have their own co-op time going on. Or you could be looking for like a stun on like a tank, like start peeling a little bit or something. You can be on high ground, ready to look for an opportunity to shoot down or make them turn around. Because if you like come up here and poke this Punisher, he might look at you and then you back up and waste his time. You could even be on the alternative high ground. You could be in like a covered off angle, but where you can't be is like right here. Because they're gonna walk in with the, you have to treat it as if like you don't have cover here because they have the space. This is like free cover for them because they're invulnerable on it. Not invulnerable, but they're getting healing. They have a cloak guard. Oh. So you have to expect this Punisher's probably going to turn this corner and look for anybody not on the cloak ult. So the first place he's going to look right now. So from this Punisher's perspective, he's probably going to be looking for somebody close he can kill. So probably the cloak and dagger that ulted. And he's going to walk up on his own ult here and probably look this way to see if there's somebody who escaped or tried to go that way, scan this way. And as soon as he turns the corner, he's going to look this way because he knows there's no ult here. So you're in the first place he's going to look once he turns this corner. And that's pretty much exactly what he does. And it wasn't even the Punisher that killed you, but you're in one of the only places that it is like very unsafe to be. You're in an open area without a very strict corner to cover on, no high ground, and you're not on the cloak ult, right? So your biggest options were really to either stay on the cloak ult or to play on a high ground. Those were the two things I would have said you should have been doing here. And even though the Punisher didn't kill you, he very much could have. The Punisher could have been the one to kill you there. But they're going to cap this here, I assume. Unless, well, wait. Wait, do they not? I guess we'll see. Yeah, okay. Well, now we're staggered. So now that we know that we're staggered, we need to back up. Honestly, so right here, you have a pretty decent opportunity to get this high ground here. Because you're staggered, right? So you do not want to engage without your cloak and dagger and without your Hulk anyway. So all the time it takes for your bird to come off cooldown is pretty much like negated, and like you're already waiting. So I think right here, instead of looking for this aggressive poke, we should be looking to play this high ground. And you can stay on this high, like if you have Snowflake, you can stay on this high ground the entire time. Like this entire point, you can just stay up here until you get pushed off of it. Like if you just stay up here, you have great angles from pretty much any range. And if they leave this range, then you can have your team get the cart. You let them get this free push a little bit. Because it doesn't have a great angle inside the garage. But realistically, like even if you go all the way back here, like this is not a terrible angle. But once the cart is like here, this is like a prime position. You want to fight for that as much as possible. But I think we're a little too far up here. You have a bigger risk. Oh wait, no, that's the enemy exchange. You have a bigger risk of dying and getting staggered here than you do of getting value from holding them back. So I think we should just be backing up with our Namor. Um, I typically would just redirect, unless we all get close spawn here, I'm redirecting my whole team to be fighting right side. Because it is possible that if we never contest this, they just push past this corner. And once they get past this corner, if our whole team is left, they get more free push while we reposition to get ready to contest. So typically this angle is going to be bad unless you can get like a full team fight here. And we're not able to. So now the only thing that could happen here that serves is to get staggered. And we need to like save our Namor. And now he gets staggered. So now we're down 1 and we still have not gotten a 6v6 fight. So look at how far their team has pushed. So look where this card is. And they pushed it all the way from the garage to the corner. And we haven't fought them yet. We just let that happen. Whereas if we were to take this high ground and sort of regroup on the left side here or the right side here. Right side from your perspective, if we regroup where our team is right now and sort of you play the high ground, maybe you have Namor up there with you possibly, or you have Namor in a different angle, but like if you were playing this side, we could have actually touched this cart here. But now let's see when we get to touch the cart before Namor spawns. And you get saved here. That was close. But now we also, another impact of this is that since we didn't take this high ground when it was opportune for us while they were getting that free push, that they were always going to get that little free push out the garage. But now we can't really risk using our bird as much to go up here, because if we go up here with our bird, we lose our escape. So if somebody follows us, we could die very easily. So it's a little riskier now to take this high ground, even though it's so important to be up here. And then kind of look how this snowballs, right? We die. Our Namor just spawned. So we died when it was still 5v6. And then we lose our cloak when it's 4v6 because he gets 2. So now we don't actually have... And the reason why we run Namor here is to, you know, help us mark down the Black Panther. So Black Panther gets value from not having the Namor in the fight. So because we messed up our positioning as a team and let our Namor get picked on the left side, and then we don't fully regroup, we just be like, okay, 5 is enough. Black Panther like reminds you 5 is not enough because your counter right there wasn't there to help you. So now he gets 2. And then Namor's back, but it might be too late because by the time you guys get back, they might already have the point. So now your Luna dies, and then the whole thing kind of falls back. So you might as well just be like dying on cart. But we're not dying on cart. But then look, your Namor dies while you guys just spawn. So that's how staggers happen, right? So, again, this is not something super particular to your gameplay right now, but it's important that you need to communicate with your team not to stagger like that, and try your best yourself not to stagger like that. And be aware of who is dead on your team, and enemy teams, because staggering works in your favor as well if you do it to the enemy team. But being aware, be like, we don't have a Namor. Black Panther is a way bigger threat right now. So you need to position a way that makes Black Panther harder to get value until your Namor comes back and gives you that luxury of positioning in less Black Panther friendly spaces, right? So now you're kind of just getting hella staggered. Your Namor dies while you're on the way back, and then your Strange dies while your Namor's respawning. So they kind of get this point for free. And this entire point, since they captured the point, up until now, like between them capping the initial point and now, we have not had a 6v6 fight. They're about to get this entire point, like the entire second half of or second point of this map is going to get caught before we even get a fight. The fact that we still get value out of that is crazy. So now, like, yeah, so, and did you, okay, so we do actually have, that was technically 6. We did technically have 6 here. But only technically. Because we're like trickling. Like we're not in good positions. Like ideally, if you were, you know, posted up and like, you know, you saw the card back here and you wanted to contest it right here, you'd probably start taking like some of these high grounds. You'd probably taking a little bit more off angles. You'd have your tanks posted up in better spots. But the only time we get a fight where there's 6v6 is when we're all scrambling to just touch the cart. We pop Luna ult and just contest it as fast as we can. So we need to try our best as a team and as a player to avoid these situations, right? We need to take proper positioning with our team, be aware as a team, and know when it's time to regroup, know when it's time to poke, when it's time to engage. Breaking the game down into those phases really helps because they're pretty much, I'm assuming they're just going to win this fight. Well, maybe not, but they get to this point for free. Like, we did not even, like, there was no struggle between them capturing that initial point and them getting it to this point. And we actually win this fight. Okay. Yeah, so we actually do come out on top on this fight, but we only get one fight. Like, we only get one fight where we should have been able to contest the cart, like, down here somewhere. And then if we lose that fight, then we fight here. But since we staggered so much, we just lost one fight. Like, we could have held them here, potentially, but we didn't even give ourselves the opportunity to do that. But we do win this fight, so there's potential. There's hope. What's up, Gabe? How are you doing? I know you said something a few minutes ago, but I was rambling. Yeah, this BP's position. Oh, that bubble saved them. Yeah, I was gonna say that positioning could have just screwed them. So now we like use our bird to get up here now, but like we should have been trying to fight for this like the entire time, and that's what I mean, where you try to get in that position too late. So you need to be thinking about your positioning right as you're in the like between fight state phase. So breaking down the game into little phases makes a lot of sense, right? So right here we won the fight. We are in cleanup phase, right? Right now we're looking for the last people. It's like this BP and anybody who might be like still around that needs to get to safety. So we're hunting. If we kill this BP, we get a stagger, right? So we're in this hunting phase. So after the fight is like determined to be over, you have very little things that can threaten you right now. Because this BP is not looking to hunt and get kills and get value. He's mostly looking to get out safely or to die so he can regroup with his team, right? So at this point, at any time from this point to like the point where they start spawning and regrouping, you have the luxury of getting up here, getting a good position. And if you're lucky, they won't even know you're up there until you're able to like surprise them, right? So you need to be thinking about that as the fight ends, right? So like at this point, your mind should be, where should I be positioned to have the best odds of winning the next fight? You don't need to, or you don't want to be forced to reposition immediately at the start of the fight, because a lot of times repositioning takes up your resources, like your bird or your Namor bubble, things like that. So right now you should be looking to reposition, because it is unlikely that this BP dies. And even if he did, like, so from up here and from and from down here, you have the same line of sight on this BP. So he has pretty much equal chance of dying. I know you're trying to hunt him through the wall and all that, but at this point, he is... Once you know his team has spawned, and you should be paying attention to the spawns, once they spawn and they have, like, you know, the 5 seconds to walk out of spawn into line of sight, you can pretty much consider him survived, because they have, you know, Mag, they have Luna, they have Cloak and Dagger. Like, they have so many people that can protect them, even Ultron. It's the likelihood of you getting this hit without, and I know it seems like, oh, this lucky bubble, but the likelihood that he doesn't get saved by anything is pretty low, actually. But now their team is already regrouped, basically, and you're in a bad position. Whereas if you're already up here, you would still have the same opportunity to kill him, but you'd be in a good position, and your bird would probably be back by now. So that's kind of where we're at, where we need to focus on our positioning actively. Like, we need to know where we're positioning at all times. Like, right now, like, whenever you're in you have any free time, you should be thinking, like, where should I be positioned right now to get the most success? Because overall you died there because you were in the wrong position at the wrong time. I mean, you weren't in a bad position, but you took so long to get there that it was a bad position, because it was really telegraphed how you were getting there. You weren't in a position to use it as cover. Okay. Kind of the... I mean, our Hulk is holding this. Oh. Yeah, they just get a lot of value, and I mean, it comes down to just, we got kind of screwed as a team, and then we wound up Okay, well, they're just not paying attention. Okay. What the? I mean, I guess that's fine. But the thing is, you get two. So you getting two, and them getting one actually works out in their favor here, right? Because they have good spawn, so they're gonna spawn and they're gonna be escorting this cart. You're not able to contest this cart, even though you literally got res beacon respawn by Rocket. So you spawned. This is literally the best case scenario for you, trading 2 for 1 there, and you're still behind because your team's not in a position to be doing that. So it might have been better for you to just swap spawns and be with your team, or like, you know, find a way to regroup as fast as possible instead of going for the 2 free kills, because getting those 2 kills way back here seems nice on paper, right? Because you're going 2 for 1, but you want to be able to be regrouped to contest the cart probably around this area. So let's see if your team is ready to do that. Which it might be. It might be, but it you don't have a res beacon now, and I feel like the impact would have been about the same. Because they're already back. Like, the 2 people you killed, this Luna's already on cart. This Ultron's already here, so you really didn't get anything from killing them, right? You kind of just got stats there. But we're still not contesting, so they're still pushing this for free right now, even though we... Actually, no, we needed to contest that a little earlier, actually. Because right now, there is a very good chance that if they win a fight here, they actually just win the game. Because I forgot we didn't full cap, so they need to get here. So if they win this fight, it's very likely that they just take space on us and we just lose because we can't get back to the cart. Okay. I don't hate this ult. I think we need to call for our team to help us though. Oh, we lose our rocket, but I think if we're planning on popping this ult, you should communicate with your team. 2 things. You need to communicate, I want to use my ult, and you need to communicate, break the strange shield. Because this strange shield, if it's getting a little bit more focus, your ult does a lot of damage to strange shield actually, but it does way more impact if you're hitting these healers, right? If you're keeping the strange occupied 1 for 1, he's winning this interaction. If this strange shield breaks because your Namor is hitting it, then you can like rain hell on their supports. If you're keeping this 1 for 1 and your Namor is trying to rain hell on the supports, his likelihood of getting kills here is actually a lot lower than yours. Like, you're in ult. So if you ask your team to break the shield here, I mean, he's even getting bubbled, but like, yeah, if we break the strange shield and only need to shoot like, I don't know, 3 Hela pellets at it, you can still get value out of it, even though, like, you know, it's going to eat away at your ult timer, but you could still get a kill here. But it doesn't seem like your team is on the same page when you ult. Yeah, and then we kind of... This positioning's a little wild. Again, a concept to keep in mind, and I think this is something that has kind of been a recurring thing, is that we don't need to contest cart. We have 3 on cart right now. You only need 1. It's stops no matter what. So where should you be? Probably somewhere near your supports in the backline, ready to peel, or on like a high ground angle. You could be playing like, even this off angle is like not terrible, but it gets blocked by that pillar. Playing up on this high ground and just holding the space. That way this Black Panther can't get behind you guys is actually really impactful. So you kind of play out this window and be ready to stun the BP and let them know that he's going to jump in. But playing like right here, like basically contesting the cart with your tanks is the easiest way to die here. And your Namor's doing the same thing. Because once they burst like this, like, your Namor dies too. So see, both of your DPSs, you guys were both like on the cart, and you both die. And as a result, your tanks don't have any damage to back them up. So they have to back up too. Like, granted, you don't have anything to match, but like, you have a Luna ult here. So if you had been further back close to Luna, you survived this, right? You're in a Luna ult. But now they kind of have to walk up, and the Luna ult's just used to stall here. Oh, does she die here? Oh, no, the bubble? Okay. So this stall does happen, but we have to, like, we literally just use Luna ult and don't get value out of it. We just stall. And then we wind up, yeah, it feels like we're just getting cooked here, because our healers are dead. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna be able to touch here. You just don't have full team. Okay. Yeah, so I will say you definitely did do very well this game overall. I mean, even just looking at the scoreboard, you did very well. A lot of your kills were high impact, and like you were doing a lot to help your team succeed. But I will say that you were not without fault, right? So first of all, we had a staggering issue, um, and that's kind of equal responsibility on everybody, right? So it's like we could have avoided staggering if we all decided to regroup, right? We all have to be on the same page of regrouping. So that was one issue that caused like that entire second portion of the map was just lost entirely to staggering. Um, Granted, your other DPS, Bird Slime here, was not doing the greatest. I think he was kind of, I mean, he was doing all right on Namor. He was doing better on Namor than he was on BP. But realistically, if we're I think there is things that was in your control that probably could have changed the outcome of this game. I think playing your positioning and thinking about it more actively will help you a lot. Your mechanics are actually insane. Like just putting you on a range, like you're winning the 1v1s on level ground, even playing field. But the thing is, the game isn't always even playing field, right? So you want to put yourself in an advantageous position at all times. That way, you don't have to take the quote unquote 50-50 1v1s, even though they're not 50-50 because your mechanics are clearly better than a lot of people. Um, but you're gonna win instead of like say 60% of fights, you're gonna win like 80 or 90% if you have good mechanics and play good positions, right? So, something I would advise you to think about more actively is where you should be positioned right now and where you should be positioned in the future. So, whenever you win a fight, your first thought should not be like, yo, let's go, we won. Your thought should be, what resources do we have for the next fight and where should I be to use those? So, the big example was like going on that high ground in between fights. You had won a fight, but you only chose to go on the high ground after the enemies already saw you. Whereas your immediate response should be, let me position for the next fight. That way we can win again. And I think that could have gone a long way because you got picked there because you only realized you were out of position when you were really out of position. So thinking about where your position should be in between fights is big, as well as just mid fight as well. There was the other time where you were on attack and you capture the second point and you drop down to low ground to fight behind your team and just like play mainline instead of staying on high ground and getting better target priority. When I mean, after seeing your mechanics, it seems like if you had the ability to have good target priority by being on high ground, you're probably hitting those shots. Like I have good faith in your mechanics that like if you play that high ground, you play those off angles, you play good positions, you can just completely dominate the enemy team. But you're not giving yourself the opportunity to show off your mechanics because even if you have really good mechanics playing in that main line, a lot of times you don't get the luxury of priority targeting priority. You just have to shoot whoever you can hit because they're all lined up. So playing high ground is really big. Playing in proper positions is really big, and thinking about it actively is really big. And those are the biggest criticisms I'm gonna have of your gameplay specifically. I do feel like there was a lot of things in this game where it's like you could have played exactly the same, and if your teammates picked up the slack a little bit, then it could have been winnable. But this is also something that I think if you picked up the slack more, then it would have been winnable. But that requires you to like excel and do more than you were doing, even though you were doing quite a bit. Don't get me wrong. And realistically, like your team wasn't really doing that bad. I mean, there was questionable strange play, and your other DPS was kind of lacking a little bit, but I wouldn't say it's their fault for losing the game entirely. Like if you want to pin the blame on one person, yeah, you could say, yo, Bird Slime wasn't pulling his weight. But realistically, I think that you also had the ability to control the outcome of this game a little more than it might seem. Um, but overall, I think that you play very well. You very clearly know how to shoot. You know your angles very well. Like you generally positioned pretty well, but like I think if you elevate it and think about it a little more, as much as you can, you could just like completely jump up so much more. Because like even with like kind of like decent but not great positioning, like it's not bad. Don't get me wrong, your positioning's not bad, but it could be way better. And I think that even with like suboptimal positioning, you're doing so well that I think that when you do have proper positioning, you could be doing like incredibly well. Overall, good Hela though, like very good Hela, and this is limited access because the submission says peak rank GM2, but like I'm gonna be honest, like you do not play like a GM2 like peak rank GM2, like this is with better positioning and maybe better like communication or all that, um easily like Celestial plus, like easily, like mechanically you were there. You know, like your target priority is pretty good. You know when to peel. It's actually just a lot of it is just the positioning is what I'm seeing, and I think fixing the positioning and like getting that to be 10 out of 10 is just going to make all the other aspects of the gameplay shine so much more. W VOD though. W VOD. What's up, Okami? How you doing? And Drew's back. How are things? Things are good. We just finished up our first review of Angie. Freaking amazing Hella, actually. It's interesting because this is like this was a diamond lobby, but like it looked like a Smurf. Like unironically, like the mechanics, Angie's mechanics are actually incredible. Hydrate, you got it. Yeah, I need to drink some water here. Doing all right, doing pretty well. Haven't streamed in like over a week at this point, so I'm glad to be back doing this. Having a lot of fun. Pressure check. Just hydrated. Um, okay. So next VOD we have it's gonna be Venny's. It's funny because usually in between a lot of like I want to say probably most of them, I will like go into practice range and sort of demonstrate what I'm talking about when I like give general advice a lot of times. So I'll be like, oh, you should be doing this combo or look in a position this way or like use these angles. But honestly, with Angie's gameplay, the Hella was like it was there. It was just like one thing. Like the only recurring mistake that I'm like, oh, this needs to be fixed is that positioning. And it's like I think the point gets across. Like I don't think I need to demonstrate because I actually just have so much faith in Angie to like clean it up and do so well. Like a lot of those shots were really impressive, and like the target priority and the peeling, it was actually really good. All right, so second bot up. I'm gonna take a break before we do this, but we're looking at Celestial Husk. We have Venny playing healer. We have Invis and Luna. Okay, so we're playing into Invis, Cloak and Dark Luna, Ella Phoenix, Whirl Girl. We have a magic we're dealing with. We have a Namor slash Torch, Squirrel Girl, Bucky. So like interesting. Okay. I mean, we in theory we actually kind of outcomp them. So we have to see what we're doing here. It's been a while. Where do you submit VODs again? Uh, I don't know if you're in a Discord. If you're not in the Discord, then you can join the Discord. But we do have a channel in the Discord named VOD Submissions, and there's a pin message that shows you the template for the format that you want to put your submission in, and you basically just fill in the blanks. And you just put it in there, and I will react with a little like swirling emoji to indicate that it is like pending or like it's accepted, but I haven't done it yet. And it will be a check mark if I have already done it on stream, and it's an X if I do not feel like I want to do that one. So that's just sort of the feedback system I have right now. But you feel free to put submissions in that channel. I ask that you don't like flood them if you can avoid it, like maybe just like one or two at most. If one has been sitting there for a long time, feel free to delete it and put a new one if you want to replace it, but let's not like clog it as much as we can, right? But yeah, you can submit VODs there. Also, there's just plenty of chill stuff in the Discord. Also, if you want to submit for the topic of the day, or if you just want to talk about the game, that's what we do in there. Did better on Luna, I promise. Yo, it's okay. We're gonna see. But before we do, I'm gonna take a quick like 5 minute break. I'm gonna go stretch my legs, drink some water, and I'll be right back. All right, we are back. We're gonna take a look at this VOD. So, is this the right? Yeah. So we played Invisible Woman and Luna. Plat/Diamond rank. Now the support game. I want to see if I took your advice well and applied it. I feel like that there's a lot to change, but DPS could have did a lot of changes that I could have done. So I just want to be more of this on support side once again. Okay. So just general support advice. Um, this is probably a pretty good lineup to look at for general support advice because they do have a lot of very annoying characters for supports that are also able to be dealt with. Um, so for example, like Thing and Thor are pretty annoying characters for supports because they could just get in your backline and they kind of need to be peeled off or dealt with in some way or they're just going to kill you. Magic is kind of similar, except Magic can do it much faster, so you kind of have to worry about the marking system instead of the counterplay because sometimes she just deletes you. And Hela is also pretty relevant for that because it requires you to know your sight lines and know where your cover actually is. So let's see how we deal with that. The big things I'm going to be looking for is going to be your positioning, especially seeing how they have a Thor and a Thing the entire game. So Thor and Thing do not change, and Magic also does not change. So these problems are going to be consistent in the entire game. So we're going to see how you deal with these. It's also interesting because I'm not entirely sure how impactful the Thor changes are. I mean, they seem very impactful, but I haven't really played against many Thors since the buff. So we'll see if those buffs actually kind of lead to like just devastating kills or something like that. But we're gonna see how this goes down. And do we stay? Okay, so we do have an M at one point. So we theoretically do have answers, but let's see how we're doing things. Celestial Husk is interesting because it actually feels like it's really hard to position as a support on some of these maps. Specifically, the one with the lift in the center. I don't remember the names of the maps, but the one that has like the very clear high ground window and low ground window with the bridges. I feel like that one makes it very difficult to position as a support. Okay, so what are we banned? So we banned BP, Wolf, Penny, Iron Man. So it seems pretty standard for the bans. I think Wolf, BP are like pretty much the only things I super care about banning right now. Until Torch becomes an issue. This is a 4-stack. Got it. Okay, so we are starting on Luna. I think starting on Luna's fine. I would probably, if you have the ability to play Invis, I'd probably look to enable the torch with Invis. But we don't have a mag. So I probably would like, I think I would try and roll out with Luna Invis here instead of the cloak. But if this is what we're rolling out with, it's okay. Who do we have Snowflake? We have Snowflake on Emma. I think we give that to Torch. I think we just start with it on Torch. Especially because he doesn't have the Invis team up, so we can't be neglecting him. I did not mind that position. Why did we drop from it? It's because we wanted to heal our cloak. I mean, even so, there's a bubble here. I think. So we have a couple of options here. We have to pay attention though. So we want to be playing with our cloak as much as possible if we can. So if we're gonna take this high ground, we should tell our cloak to take it as well. And we get run down. Okay. So yeah, so this is somewhat so in here, like, so you're missing a good amount of shots on Torch, right? But you have Snowflake on him, so you could just heal these guys and heal. So you don't need to worry about getting your shots on him. Just heal your tanks, and your Torch is gonna get healed too. And he probably would get more healing than those misses. Which, I mean, if you're confident in your shot and hitting all of them, then yeah, you could just pocket the Torch up. But Torch is hard to hit. Like, it's not you. It's actually just Torch is hard to hit, and that's why characters like Invis and like having Luna Snowflake or Cloak and Dagger are really helpful on Torch, because like Torch is probably the hardest flyer to hit as a healer. So you just give him Snowflake or give him like an Invis shield or give him the team up or like, you know, or have auto aim, and then you just heal your tanks, right? So you don't have to waste your time with your tanks not getting heals, and then also your Torch you're missing, so you're not healing him either. So you need to prioritize keeping your tanks alive and just hope that the Snowflake, and know that if he has Snowflake, so something to note, and this is, I'm not sure how well this translates to your games, but generally I feel like if a DPS player, especially someone who's playing a character that normally gets Snowflake, so like your flyers or your flankers, so like BP, Spider-Man, Psylocke, or like Torch, sometimes like Iron Man, I feel like people who frequently get Snowflake should know that they need to play in a way that they have Snowflake, right? So this Torch should know that if he has Snowflake, he can be playing like this cover, and if he gets low, he can just sit here and like AFK for a second because he's gonna get healed. I think if he's over peaking before you can heal him with Snowflake, he's doing something wrong. But I think if he has Snowflake and you're still trying to pocket him and your tanks die, then you're doing something wrong. Yeah, like even there, like a big part of giving somebody Snowflake is so you don't need to aim at them. Yeah, your Bucky's a little too deep. That's on him. Oh, your thing's right there. Okay. Yeah, so I feel like, when did you get your clap? I feel like you had your clap, right? So like once your thing is like, oh yeah, well, okay. I mean, since we dagger ult, like it's like okay, we should stay on this ult, by the way. Like we can actually die here. Nice. This is where you clap. Yeah, so I mean, granted he was able to get out, but this is a situation, so you should recognize here that your thing is like in the middle of everything. And he is very likely to die, even if he didn't charge out, or even if he did charge out, he could still die here if you don't pop the clap earlier to heal him through people. Because, like, you shot, like, a couple of bursts that didn't reach him because you were hitting the person in front of him. Okay. I'm actually fine with this ult. We should stay on point, though. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I like this ult until you left the bucket. So, two things to note. So, okay, wait, look at this. Oh, no, actually, before this, sorry. When you pop this ult, I actually like this ult a lot, right? So this ult gives you a lot of tempo. And then your Bucky ults. So, I don't think it's bad to heal this thing here, but once he's healed, this thing is not going to die. Like, these guys are, like, they're not, they have no pressure. Like, who on the enemy team can realistically kill them very fast, right? Your Bucky can die very fast, though. So instead of damage boosting this Emma, I think you should be looking to make sure your squishies stay alive, and look at their health bars. Make sure that they, like, if they get low, you're ready to loop back to them. Because at this point, these guys are probably healed, and your Cloak and Dagger can heal them. They don't need a Luna ult, realistically. Your Bucky needs a Luna ult. And that Bucky death very much could have been your Cloak and Dagger as well, by the way. Oh. Yeah. I think, see, at what point do we just... I think you need to be ready once you hear the, once he starts throwing these, this is like a 3-shot. Like, you need to be ready. Granted, your Cloak and Dagger, like, actually fully misplayed this. Like, this bubble is way too far up. They're in cloak form, and they don't cape. Like, there's so much they could have done to just survive themselves, but you also could, like, one burst and they live this, right? You don't need to be the one damaging them. So something to note, and this is just completely arbitrary, but a decent rule of thumb to have as a healer is try not to have no healing on your team at all, right? So Cloak and Dagger is a really good example of this, because if they're in cloak form, they cannot heal, right? So at this point, you have a cloak, no dagger. The only healing they're putting out is a bubble. So you need to be healing. Because if you're both DPSing, you have no healers on your team. So instead of shooting the store, you need to shoot at your cloak. Your cloak should probably also be in dagger form and making sure they live, but or caping. But the fact that you're DPSing and they're DPSing means that nobody in your team has any heals. And they die for it. Which overall is their fault, but you could have saved them. Where's your snowflake? I don't see a snowflake. Anybody. Just give it to anybody. Yeah, so this is a little bit of a positioning thing. First of all, you don't have snowflake. You need to... Oh, wait, did you? Oh, maybe was it glitched? Or did I miss it? Did it have snowflake on him before? Or am I tripping? Maybe I'm tripping. Okay, never mind. But remember that you need to play line of sight and not range, right? So instead of moving forward to make this Bucky easier to hit, you need to make sure you're safe. You're the most important person on your team. If you die, he gets no healing anyway. So you need to make sure you live. So once you get hit by once, you have two options really. So like once you're low, right? So at this point, you have two main options, right? You either run to the health pack or you pop an ability. If you're struggling to hit, you probably want to pop your clap, but your cooldowns are very important, both of them. So it makes sense to just run to this health pack. But you could also just pop your clap, knowing that you need to land your hits. But the only thing you can't do is just run into the nut, because now nobody has healing. Where's your cloak? Yeah, your cloak just gets back, and it's too late. So now we should just full regroup. And by full regroup, I mean like literally walk into the spawn room. Like you have no reason to be running up here. Like your thing's gonna die. Yeah, this is a stack. Like right here, the only thing that can happen right here, is your torch dies and then you die, and then by the time you die, your teams that was waiting for you to come back was already in spawn. It's like this torch needs to stay alive. Yeah. I'm glad that you didn't go all the way in, but yeah, we should like your torch really didn't get any value from that. Yeah. Um our team's like not on the same page. So okay, this is not even your fault, realistically, but let me see. When this happens, so where's our team's positioning here? This thing, we just let him run right past us. Yeah, like this. So yeah, our team's fighting up, and then this thing's just gonna just ruin your healers, and the magic comes out of nowhere. Once you see, and I don't know because I can't hear comms, but at what point do I? Let's see. Right here, like literally, like once I see this thing come for me, and he starts charging. Actually, no, the charge. This is the important part, right? Once he does his charge animation, his strongest like escape option or his survivability option is gone. I want every single person on my team to look at this guy, kill him. um so there's a general rule when it comes to dealing with flankers, especially in sort of like a lineup position type team, because sometimes it changes a little bit because you have like a ton of like dive on your team or something like that. But if you have divers on the enemy team or flankers, a lot of times you want to kill the divers first. You just prioritize it. Like if you guys all turn kill this thing, killing the rest of the team is gonna be way easier. But if this thing gets any amount of value, then you guys just lose. It doesn't matter if they kill 3 here. If both of you die, you lose. So um we need to try and call for help and stay more aware as a team, because like look, they kill both healers, so it doesn't matter if your team kills like this squirrel girl, if they kill this Luna, it doesn't really matter because they have like a healing and you don't. And then we wind up just losing this fight overall. I'm not a huge fan of this Invis swap though. To be quite honest, I feel like Luna does well into Thor and Thing. Not like well, but like especially Thing. Luna does better than Invis. Okay, your cloak needs to. We need to like call for healing, because like you can die to anything, anything, like a random nut. Yeah. Um, when they're playing spam, you need to make sure you're topped off, especially the healers. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why I think Luna would probably do better here, because Luna can heal herself way better. Um, but yeah, Luna does better because she gets high value freezes on both Thor and Thing. Um, and both of those characters struggle to have like strong escapes. Like Venom is also, I mean, I guess any big like dive-esque target Luna does pretty well against. It's the dive DPSs that Luna struggles against. Um, this door is annoying. You almost died for that though, but you got it. More comfortable on Invis? That makes sense. I mean, that's fine. I think one of the things about healing in this game is that you kind of have to be comfortable on like all of them. Maybe not all, but the main healers, like it feels like, okay, the thing is like a lot of like DPS players can like sort of play their style of DPS. They'll play like Spider-Man, Black Panther magic, and like that's it. But healers don't really get the luxury, because a lot of healers don't really play different play styles as much as they just cover better like counters in certain positions. So it's like if you play Luna, you also probably should know how to play Invis and Cloak and Dagger and Loki and maybe Rocket. But it's like realistically, like you don't get that much luxury as a healer. Be like, I only play Cloak and Dagger. I only play like Luna, right? I mean Luna maybe because she's like good in every situation, but it feels like you just kind of have to you're at the mercy of the situation rather than what you're comfortable on a lot of times. Which I think it's completely fine to just have comfort here. Like right now, I think it doesn't matter as much, but I think over time, like as you rank up towards like GM Celestial, like you run into situations where it's just like having a sub-optimal healer sometimes just doesn't work. Like sometimes it's just bad, which is unfortunate. I like how you're prioritizing your other healer, but maybe a little too much. But also it doesn't help that your other healer did not like the reason why. So like right here, I want to look at this from their perspective. Um, yeah. So did they even have bubble? Okay, they didn't. But it's like the reason why you heal your other healer here is so that she can heal your Emma. But she doesn't. So it's like she could have just healed herself. Which isn't really on you, but that's kind of the reason why you'd want to. But that's unfortunate. Right now, it is kind of seeming like while there is some like general mistakes you're making, like popping your cooldowns at the wrong time, I think the biggest thing I'm noticing is like positioning and communication. Because like they're playing a comp that is very easily countered, right? Like if your team just like turned around and you freeze the thing as he chases you, like he should just die for free. But it feels like that communication isn't happening. Um, which is why I think Luna's better here because they don't have someone to get him out of a sticky situation, right? So like if they had like a Magneto, for example, um, then Thing might not die when he gets frozen. But in this situation, if you play Luna, Thing should pretty much die every time he tries to go after you if you freeze him. If you just calm for it. You can't freeze him when he runs? Yeah, but he's running to engage. Thor too. Thor, you can free. Thor is also a free kill if you freeze him. Good thing we have an Emma here though. Emma kind of does a similar effect. The thing is, if he is running to dodge the freeze, he ruins his escape, right? The run the run is good for getting out and for confirming kills, but if he is using it to dodge the freeze, he can't do either of those with that. So it effectively should shut down his dive as well. This was kind of an iffy position as well, but one of the issues with Invis is that she kind of forces you to be in bad positions. So it's like, yes, right here is like, yeah, you could be playing in like a different position, but like, think about it like this: like on Luna, you could be playing like behind this rock and just like playing like way back, but you have to be closer up on Invis. So you play like here, but then you're kind of like in direct line of sight. But even so, I don't think playing this off angle behind your squirrel girl is good. I think just playing direct cover here would make sense. You also have like pseudo escape options, especially because Invis has the double jump. So like going off the bounce pad and double jumping back or double jumping up, like you have mix ups. Something I feel like might be getting undervalued a little bit here, that you might need to keep in mind more is the power of body blocking. Like the fact that your tanks are literally bigger than you. So if you play directly behind them, they, even if they don't have a shield like Stranger Magneto, they act as a shield. Like we were talking about with the last VOD where like target priority when you're on high ground, like you want to have high ground so you can see the healers more. It's because of that, right? So for example, like right here, you're behind your thing. Like this Phoenix, like let's look at this Phoenix perspective. How well can she hit you? Maybe a little bit, but like if you're straight from behind this thing, like she can't hit you because you're literally right behind the thing. So playing with that in mind a little more, makes sense, which is why, like while being on high ground on healers makes sense for cover reasons, sometimes being directly behind your tanks makes sense for blocking line of sight as well. So it's like, for example, if you're up here and you're healing, yeah, you have like good cover, but like you might be isolating yourself. Whereas right here, like directly behind your tank, no longer anymore. But like that Phoenix can hit you perfectly now. It's something to keep in mind. Pretty good stabilize. Where's your shield? You got to either recall that or use it. Like it's got 205 HP. If you recall it, it heals. If you use it, it heals. So, or either the shield heals or your allies heal. So, don't just leave it there at low HP. Same thing with Emma. Same concept. You want to make sure your shield has full HP if like you're not using it right now. All right, there we go. Double jump over that. Okay. Double disappear, but they use Dark Child, so you guys should be fine. You need to be really careful, though. You can get one shot in this. Okay. Okay. I feel like you're not using your shield a lot. Like, one of the benefits Invis has, similar to Cloak and Dagger's bubble, but actually even better in a lot of cases, is that you get remote healing. You get remote healing, and you also heal in a group. So when you're re-healing your team, or if it's somebody who is far back, you can give them a shield. So like that Namor, where was it? Like right here. I'm probably just giving him a shield and I'm just leaving him there, and I'm looking back at my team. I mean, this is like a minor example because there's nothing else to heal. But like for example, like right here, I'm just looking back, giving him a shield, and then he can just stand next to it, like if he's missing a little bit of HP. You use your shield a lot. I mean, there's a lot of times where I'm just noticed like I would be using my shield even to tap and recall, but it's just not getting used at all. So like right there, use your shield to heal the Emma, but that's not exactly like why the shield is good. We're dying on point, which is good. I mean, it's not good that we have to die on point, but it's good that he's at least stalling the point to get percent. It's like right here, I'd be shielding that so she doesn't get right clicked and give him a hammer back. And then here I recall it. So like right when I no longer need this shield, I recall it to give it HP back. You just have to keep it in mind at all times. Oh, well, works out that he uses that. Oh, we weren't on it. That's awkward. Bird. Interesting. So there's a couple things that I notice here. Hate how I can't press tab during this screen to see the scoreboard. I'm just gonna go up. Okay, so There is a couple things here. I think the first thing is just generally, I think work on your mechanics. I think you need to have better accuracy overall. And that's just something, just practice, right? Um, Also getting more comfortable with all the healers if you can. Unfortunately, if you're most comfortable on Invis, she is like the worst of the top healers, if that makes sense. So it's like you have your Luna, Loki, Cloak and Dagger, Invis, and Invis is probably number 4 there. Um, just because she has the restrictions of having relatively low range, her shield having relatively low HP, it's easy to break, and she's easy to dive for the most part. Um, and her ult is the worst out of all the strong ults. Um, so she does have a lot of restrictions that the other ones kind of fall to, but she is extremely good when she is good, which is one of those things where she's one of those that you need to pick as like a counter pick a lot of times. And the only reason why you would pick her as your like main healer is if it is just straight up like you're way more comfortable on her. But I would practice getting better at Cloak and Dagger and Luna, and probably Loki if you want to. Um, Only because there's a lot of times where Invis's kit, unless it is needed, is not very like crazy strong. So for example, against Thor thing magic, Invis is not really that good. Um, Almost lower with CND. Yeah, I think CND is generally gonna get you more value overall if you play them well. Granted, CND was already taken here, but like I think Invis made a lot more sense when you had Torch. Um, Once you switched to Namor, it should have been back to Luna. But also, I think the cloak should have been the one to switch. I think it should have been Luna Invis, ideally. The Invis makes sense because you have Thing Torch, right? But um, you kind of miss a lot of value because like Luna's ult is way better, and the utility of being able to push back and even her orb is not as versatile. Like they're playing Thor thing magic. So your shield has 3 characters that it pretty much literally can't deal anything with, right? So like those 3 characters, like your shield doesn't do anything. Your push doesn't even work on thing, and it barely works on magic because a lot of times she portals it. So it's like a lot of these characters you're playing into are just really bad matchups for Invis, at least when paired together. And Luna's freeze just demolishes, especially these 2 tanks. Like Luna's freeze just makes these are throw picks against Luna a lot of the time. Especially when you're running a torch. I think the torch Luna, if this cloak and dagger was an invis instead, could have worked a lot better. So that's something else, is that the character selection might need some work to like at least be on the same comfort level or comfortable enough to pull out the Luna, Cloak and Dagger, Invis, and ideally the Loki. Loki's a lot harder to play, so I understand if learning Loki is not your agenda, but being able to have that Loki in your arsenal is also very helpful. Um, but yeah, I think being able to play Luna, Cloak, Invis are 3 big ones, all at a comfortable level. Another thing I'm noticing was the positioning. Granted, on Luna, it was a little better. I feel like when you were playing Luna, your team was kind of forcing you in bad positions. On Invis, it felt like you were kind of taking bad positions. But I think that's another symptom of Invis, that she kind of, like, she has the range restriction and you kind of feel obligated to line stuff up. She doesn't heal as much when you're just tapping. So it's kind of like, oh, I feel like I need to be closer. I need to be able to pocket better with Invis. Um, Whereas if you have good on aim on Luna, you're just getting way more consistent healing. I tried using Loki. I'm just not good with him. Yeah, like he's very difficult to use. He takes a lot of like effort to get good with, and it's one of those things where it's like if you don't main healer, then is it really worth your time learning that character? And I mean, if the answer is no, that's actually extremely understandable. Um, Yeah, from your perspective, the big thing is like I probably would have either. I mean, I would have swapped it honestly. Like when we had torch and thing, I would have rolled out Invis, and then when we lose our torch, I would have switched to Luna. Um, Either way, I don't think this was like entirely your fault on this game or anything. I think it seemed like there was a lot of miscommunication because like there was times where you were just getting ran down by their thing, and like nobody on your team was doing it. Like they were already like way ahead of you. Like they gave such a big gap for him to just separate. And that's not really your fault. Um, at least gameplay wise, right? Like communication is a totally different thing, and I can't hear your communication. So if you were telling them, "Yo, let's turn around and kill this thing first, because he's ruining my day," and they don't do it, then that's not on you at all, right? Like that's completely on your team for not listening and not playing well. But realistically, like you could be positioning a little better to like accommodate for that. Um, Also, don't forget about your shield. I know you say that you use your shield a lot, but you need to have it in your mind at all times. Like, where is your shield? Same thing with Snowflake. Make sure you know where your Snowflake is at all times, know where your shield is at all times. If it's not being used right now, you need to call it back so it gains its health back. That way you have it with full HP for the crucial moments, right? So you tried your best. I mean, it seemed like you were doing all right. It just seemed like your day was getting ruined by especially this thing and this magic, um, and you just like nobody was really helping you do anything about it. But you were also not really helping others help you, if that makes sense. It seemed like, but granted, if you were calling for help, you're like, yo, this thing is in our backline, you need to turn around, and like they weren't doing anything, you can't really do much more than that, right? Like if you freeze him, run away, and like your team's still just ignoring him and he's just chasing you, it's like what else can you do? But you're low-key raging. We can't be raging here. I mean, I get it. It's frustrating when you just get neglected as a support, but um there are things you can do to make your team's life easier in helping you, right? I think that's a big part of playing ranked is that uh helping making your teammates have easier jobs because you can't hold everybody, even though you said this is a four stack, but um you can't have the expectation that your teammates are going to do their job at the level you want them to do it, right? So I think it's a very good skill to have to be able to make their life easier by like meeting them halfway. That way it's like for example, if you're playing in diamond, um don't expect your teammates to do a diamond level job of peeling, for example. Instead, make their job easier by positioning in a way that they don't have to peel as like diamond level. Make it so a gold level player can peel for you by hitting your freezes or positioning better or like calming better or stuff like that. So by making it so your teammates don't have to be as good to do the same job, you make it so they're more consistent because I mean they're probably not going to be playing at a gold level, but when you make a diamond player's job easier, they're going to be way more consistent at doing it because you're giving them a gold level task to do. So something like that, where it's like try your best to focus on your positioning better, hit your freezes more. I will say that I would focus on your mechanics. I think that's actually like that's unironically the biggest thing I've noticed in your gameplay just spectating like this is your mechanics. You're missing a lot of shots, especially crucial ones. Um, as well as knowing where you should put your attention, right? So, like there was that time on the first point where you like gave Snowflake to the torch, and then you kind of missed like 5 bursts on him. Whereas you could have just gave him Snowflake and started healing the big targets, your tank, your thing, your Emma, and just not worried about the torch. He would have gotten healing anyway. But because you were trying to heal him and you were missing, nobody got healing instead of two people getting healing at the same time, right? So just being more aware of like I can be more efficient by putting my Snowflake here and then healing the easy to hit targets, and that's sort of the same concept, right? It's making your job easier. That way you're more effective at doing the easy job instead of being less effective at doing what might seem like the better job. But if it's too difficult for where you are right now mechanically, then just do the easier job. It's better than doing nothing, right? So that, and I also would say like work on your mechanic. Literally go on the range and just practice hitting. Um, if it helps, I would literally just use um the character that you were playing. So like Luna Invis, and you can literally just go to the range and you can start by just hitting stuff, or you can go down to the portal and just practice hitting. And the thing is, if you're practicing healing, you need to aim body, right? So it's not even that hard. But let's see, parameters. How easy is this to hit? Just out of curiosity. So you just get a torch, random, mid range, uh, super fast, random. Just like three of them, no health restore, no timer, right? So then you just turn this on and you start hitting them. I mean, I'm gonna turn on infinite ammo, right? I'm just gonna step back and I'm gonna try and this is my team. I'm healing them. And just try hitting these. You can aim body. Well, these are actually really fucking fast. But yeah, you can hit body, but like you don't need to aim headshot. You're not trying to kill him. You're just trying to get some tags on him, right? So like every burst that I'm like full missing, like if I'm whiffing, that's one burst that nobody on my team is getting healing. Um, and just practice this. Even though a lot of times your torch isn't going to be the one you're healing, right? You're going to put snowflake on him, and then heal somebody else. A lot of time, being a little more consistent hitting these is going to help a lot, right? But yeah, something like that. I think just practicing your mechanics a little bit, getting better at aiming at harder to hit targets or fast moving targets on your team is going to go a long way. And you can do the same thing with Invis. It's a little harder with Invis in the range here because obviously, well, if they're in the air, a lot of times you're going to be right clicking them. But like obviously, she has a slower moving projectile, and you don't really want to be healing flyers with your left click as Invis. But you can still practice that too, just to get used to um, the targeting. It's second nature. But yeah, I would recommend like practicing mechanics and doing that. That way you're as comfortable on Luna as you are on Invis and Cloak and Dagger. That way it's like you can choose any three for whatever the best situation is, and you're comfortable on all of them equally. Um, and I think that might do you some work. But realistically, that game, like I feel like there was a lot of like team neglect that game. Like your team wasn't really helping you. Even your cloak wasn't really helping you. Like you guys weren't like patty caking very efficiently, and like she wasn't really very attentive. Your DPSs weren't like fully doing their job. Like there was a lot of like dysfunction in that game. But just focusing on your gameplay, I feel like the main thing I would look at is your attentiveness to your utility and your mechanics. And by attentiveness and utility, I mean making sure your snowflake's on the right target, making your shield is full health, and using it at the right times, stuff like that. Um, but overall, I don't really think that that was like your fault of a game or anything. So I wouldn't sweat it too much. Don't rage about it, but always try and get better. You know what I mean? W VOD though. Appreciate it. No problem. Maybe mark this as, and I did. Okay. So we are 3.5 hours. So I think I'm willing to do our third VOD. So this is gonna be Drew's team. So my school's Marvel team, my coach said this was a very bad game, and VOD review would be nice to help them figure out what they need to tune. Character picks is a big issue as well as team comm. Mental is also down. Any tips to keep mental after 2 games? Okay. Yeah, I do have tips for that. So let's pull this up. So this is custom. So I assume it's like a scrim or something. I don't really know what's going on with these bans and protects, but okay. What I don't know what's going on with these bans and protects. We're just gonna ignore that, I guess. Um, okay. I'm gonna stretch my legs, go to the bathroom, drink some water. I suggest you guys do the same wellness check. And I'll be back in like 5 minutes, and we're gonna watch this. We're gonna do this is a full team, um, full team review. So we're gonna be spending a lot of time in like no clip mode or whatever to see what we could be doing as a team. So we'll figure this out. Be right back. All right, we're back. So we're looking at this team. What were the notes again? He's attuned. Character picks is a big issue, as well as team comp. I assume that means comp. And then mental. All right, so what are we working with as far as team comp? So I'm assuming we're on the losing team. Okay. Is this... I guess we'll see. This is... 8/12. Okay, so this was yesterday. Right? My trip? Yes. Okay. Today's current patch. Let's see what we're looking at. I want to know. Okay, well, it's hard because I don't know what actually happened in these pick and bans. So we ban Blade, which is interesting. But also, I don't know, like maybe you're screaming against people you know, but like we don't know Protect. So I don't really know what's going on with this. So we have Star-Lord, Hulk, Protected. We have no Protects on our team. And Namor ban. So we ban Namor. Ban Namor ban. Rocket Namor ban makes me think that you guys want to play Dive. And then they banned BP Psylocke. So when I'm thinking of Rocket Namor ban, I'm thinking like we want to play like Spider-Man Black Panther. I mean BP's banned, but like yeah. Maybe like Magic in here. I don't think we ban Namor to play Wolf or Rocket. I mean honestly, Wolf does pretty decent into Penny. So I don't really see why we would ban have these bans to play Wolf. But okay, so then what do we roll out with? Do we okay, I was gonna say, do we roll out with the Invis? Tort. Okay, so we're just switching, we're even switching roles. Like what's going on? So we roll out triple DPS, solo tank Emma. Okay, so just first thing, if team comp is an issue, we need to have this discussed before we leave the spawn room. Before we finish the ban phase, we need to know first of all who's playing what role, and second of all what we're trying to push, right? Like it's okay at a baseline to just ban things arbitrarily because you don't like playing against them, but realistically you should be banning the counters to your comp. And if you're getting countered by something that doesn't counter your comp, you're just losing to it, then that's a skill issue and you need to work on playing against those characters or strats or whatever, right? But like we're banning Rocket, we're banning Namor, which if we're running Punisher Phoenix, like if we're running Phoenix, Punisher, even Star-Lord, like any of these three, why are we scared of Rocket or Namor? So why are we banning these, right? So that's something that I'm a little concerned about, is that we're just kind of just banning just to ban. Maybe there is some sort of agreement in this ban phase that we're like, oh, we're just not going to protect and you guys are going to miss a ban or something like that. I don't know, but I think banning the Namor is valid after the Hulk save, but I don't see why we ban the Rocket at all, realistically. Especially if we have somebody who plays Phoenix. And also, we're rolling out solo tank Emma, which with our current lineup feels really bad for a couple of reasons. Because Emma is your only like decent, like I don't say only decent peeler, but she has a very strong peel potential, especially because they protect Hulk. But if they do run a Hulk, even if they don't have the Namor, right? They might run Hulk still, theoretically, if they have comfort. Your Emma's not allowed to slam him, because then she gives up her front line. So we have solo tank into a team that protected Hulk. So very much we might need Emma to be our main peel. But we're not allowed to, since we have 3 DPS instead of 2 tanks. So I'm definitely like, with the way we have this set up, I'm probably calling for the Star-Lord to switch to a tank. I don't know what roles these players each play, but rolling out Star-Lord, Phoenix, Punisher with solo tank Emma is probably just not going to work, right? Realistically, we need to have another frontline tank, especially because Mag wasn't banned. We have Mag open. We have Groot open. We have, I mean, Mag works very perfectly here, by the way, because for a couple of reasons. Mag instead of Star-Lord here fits very well for a couple of reasons. And it's because, one, he gets team up from the Emma. Two, you have a Cloak and Dagger and you didn't ban Mag or Iron Man or like anything like that. So you need a bubble. Three, you have a Phoenix. Phoenix Mag is like the go-to Mag combo right now. 4, you have a Punisher, and their Mag isn't banned. So you need a bubble. So you have 5 different reasons, or 4 different reasons that you need a, and also you need a frontline, so that's 5. You have 5 different reasons why you need a Magneto right now, and he's not even banned. So why do we have 3 DPS? It's kind of like where it comes down to, right? Let me see our pathing. And we see it. So we see they have a Wolverine. Which is kind of an issue, because that means that you don't. So it's interesting because Wolverine, while he is a tank buster, plays better into like a solo tank Emma, for example, right? Because if Wolverine goes to kidnap this Emma and she diamond form slams him, she might still die for that, because she has nobody in front of her protecting her while she does that. She CCs herself for the same amount of time she CCs the Wolverine, if you think about it, right? So if this Wolverine goes for a kidnap and Emma's like, say, like right here or something, she slams him, she gets focused down. And then it's kind of just like a DPS war, right? It's like, does she die before the wolf dies or what? But if you had like a Magneto, for example, right? She slams him and Magneto sort of places frontline shields for her, and assists in killing him. It changes everything. But let's just see how we play this first fight. We're gonna have trouble taking space here because we have our solo tank. And that's very evident here. We have no... Okay, so... This... Okay, when it was presented that this was a comp issue, I can already tell it is, because look at this. We have Emma holding our Snowflake, and we have 2 extremely good off-anglers with no Snowflake, and they're both playing mainline. Phoenix and Star-Lord. So Phoenix, one of you, I don't care who it is at this point, one of you needs to be like up here or something with Snowflake and taking this off angle. We're just sitting behind the Emma. If we're going to sit behind the Emma, we need somebody else to sit behind as well. Because we're just sitting in a straight line and we're not taking any space, where Phoenix and Star-Lord are both extremely good at taking space on off angles. Like, that's the reason you pick those characters. Because you can fly up here, take these angles, you can dash up here, take these angles, and now they have to worry about this as well as there. By picking 2 off-anglers and playing mainline, it's kind of throwing. We're giving them flank space here. Look, this Wolverine's in flank space, and we have not crossed paths with him, because we're just shooting down main. And we can even see, like where are we shooting? We have no ability to target priority. And even, like, Star-Lord here, right? We have no ability to choose who we're shooting at. We're just shooting the tank. And we can even, like, look at this and look at the damage on the enemy team. Look at the damage blocked. It's all going into the Magneto. And we have 2 off-anglers who excel really hard at dealing damage to backline when they have the opportunity to. So yeah, I think that's something immediately that I'm noticing. Are we ever going to be able to walk up here? Oh, there's the kidnap. Did Bucky save? Wait, Bucky dragged instead of hooked. Yeah, no, like eventually we have to take an off angle. Okay, or we could just do this. But now, so yes, this does break us into the point. Um, Granted, I do think this is actually kind of valid here, only because they have one healer ult. This is the only reason why I think this is actually kind of a fine play. If they had no Adam and like a Luna instead, this would not be good because you're forcing yourself to have this first. So you go Cloak ult, they go Mantis ult, then both of them run out. You go Luna ult, they go Luna ult. Theirs last longer, right? So you don't. Ideally, you don't ever want to just ult in with your support ult without a plan. If you have a plan, different story. I don't know your comms, but like right here, I could be thinking like, okay, this plan could be we Cloak ult in, build Phoenix ult, we damage boost the Luna ult to kill the Mantis. Like I don't know, something like that. Granted, we would have done it a little early here, but I mean, we get some space here. I was gonna say we have to be careful to Bucky because he can hook you off of it. And does he even hook, or does that just a push? No, yeah, I think you have to be really careful about that. You have to ult away from the Bucky because if this Bucky was in a better position, does he even have hookup? No, he doesn't. So yeah, if he had hookup, that would be super dangerous. But luckily he doesn't, so we don't get super punished for that. But it is scary. And there's also like, you know, other ways that you could die off your ult, right? So like Bucky pushes you off, Magneto pushes you, and you die. So you just have to be really careful about ulting in like that and knowing where you end in your ult. There's the Mantis ult. Armed and Dangerous. Do we have an answer for this? We are 97 to Luna ult. But look where our positioning is as a team, though. Again, like, we have all 6 of us. There's 6 people right here. So much space. So, a good thing to just think about is when you look at these VODs, right? Think about if there was a single character on the enemy team that could just destroy your entire strategy. So what if they had a Squirrel Girl and just shot nuts right here? Your entire team gets roasted by this positioning, right? So I think a big thing is if your macro gameplay can be countered by one character with like one simple strategy, then there's something wrong with it. And again, we're using a healer ult just to engage inward. And you pretty much never want to have to do that. As like your healer ults should generally get most of their value from either countering another ultimate or by maintaining tempo. And by maintaining tempo, I mean like you walk in, you fight the point, and when your Emma or your Mag or whatever gets low, then you pop your ult to save their life, and the enemy team might have used their burst tools or used something else that they would have preferred to use it in response to your healer ult with, but now they don't have it. So then you use your ult because now you know you're a little safer to use it, and you're saving lives, and it lets you sort of get more space that way. But by popping it so far back and walking in, your ult's going to be like halfway over by the time you even get to a position to fight, to the point where like this soul bond makes it so you're kind of at a stalemate because neither of you are really going to die, but you popped an ult for it and they didn't. So yeah, they even get, okay. Yeah, well, they get kills. So I think we just need to coordinate. Like, we need to organize where we're positioning better. It kind of feels a little solo queue-ish right now. And I don't mean that in an offensive way, but it feels like we don't really know what our plan is before we go into it. We should know our exact plan before the ban phase even happens. Like, when you get into a game, I don't know if this is a scrim or a tournament match or what, but if we get into a game, once you see the map, you should have a list of things you want to do, whether it's by your coach or by your IGL. You see Celestial Husk, you say, okay, we should run Res Comp here. We should run Flyer Comp here. We should try and run Maga Emma. We should ban out Wolverine. Like, whatever it is, whatever your strat is, it should be on paper. You should know what you want to be doing. Like, at least if a wrench gets thrown in your plans by like a protect or a ban, that's a different story. But you should at least have a pretty good idea of what you guys want to be doing before the game starts. And it does not look like that's the case. It also does not seem like your DPSs are very comfortable on their characters. Again, don't mean that in an offensive way, but the big strengths of both Phoenix and Star-Lord are off-angling and being supported by characters like Mantis and Magneto, for example. Um, Star-Lord relies very heavily on support like that. Phoenix, not so much, but Phoenix can take Snowflake and take these great off angles, and neither of those are really happening, so it feels like you guys kind of are playing characters that maybe you like playing, but you aren't really sure where their strengths lie and how to enable them as a team. This was just a stagger. That's just, yeah, I don't know why we're there. I'm not gonna lie. Um, I'm probably looking to portal here. I'm not gonna lie. So at this point, 84, and we're down one. I'm probably switching our wolf to portal. Like, unironically, like, there's a good chance you don't even touch here if we just walk in like this. If we walk up man, you probably do touch since you have like Wolf and Star-Lord, but like, you're not getting a good fight. Like, we pop Emma ult to touch. Okay, let's wait for this round first, because I do not have a great feeling about this. That was actually a really freaking good Phoenix ult. Oh, and then yeah, that was a really good Adam. Okay. So, something I've noticed about this. We need to come up with an actual game plan. It feels like the plan seems very one-dimensional right now. Right now, it seems like we are just walking up main, farming ults until we have any ult to walk in and try and touch point, and then using that immediately. So for example, we kind of just sat there in main, got cooked until we got cloak and dagger ult. We cloak ulted onto point. We almost got cooked out of the cloak ult, but we had no follow-up. So we got on point, and once that cloak ult ended, we just didn't have any positioning. We just like lost the point immediately. And then we got Luna ult, and we Luna ulted and walked on point. And then once it ended, we just got roasted. And then we had Emma ult, and by the time we popped Emma ult to get on point, it was already like basically into overtime. We were just touching for overtime. We didn't have any opportunity to get good positioning. So I think having good coordination on what you're gonna do and working it out as like a multi-pronged plan is gonna help a lot, right? So if we had waited a little bit on our cloak ult, for example, and we cloak ulted, and then we know that they're going to do something in response. If our focus fire is good, if we have, like, if we're smart about it, we should be able to get value from this cloak ult. Whether that means running up and focusing their Mantis until she pops ult, focusing their Magneto ult out and being ready to counter it, or hitting their Atom so he has to force his passive out. Something like that. You need to know what you're trying to do with the cloak ult. That way you can force a response. So the ideal loop right here is with the comps you have, they have an Atom, right? So your ideal goal here, your ideal fight with that cloak ult will be you cloak ult to engage the fight, which isn't always the best, but because they only have Mantis as their healer ult, it's acceptable. You cloak ult, and they pretty much have to either Magneto ult it or Mantis ult it in response. That's pretty much their two options, or like a well-timed combo with Phoenix. But realistically, the most likely case is that they're going to pop Mantis ult to respond. So you both have healer ults down. If, when your cloak ult ends, you had Luna ult available to extend it, then you have basically 12 seconds of Luna ult where they can't match that. And from that point, that's your opportunity to win the fight, because you have a healer ult, they don't. They can't match. But we kind of just went them one at a time. We didn't have a plan after we cloak ulted, and the cloak ult didn't get any value. And because we didn't get any value out of the cloak ult, our Luna ult also didn't get any value. And then by the time we had another ult to get on site, we were already like at a bad position, right? And I think this does come down to, first of all, our comp, and second of all, our just role as a team, or like not even role, our job. So we're playing Phoenix, we're playing Star-Lord. we need somebody to be off angling. That's a big power of both of those characters, is to force the enemies to be looking in different directions, basically. Um, I will also say that I think if you're playing as a team, like a structured team, playing tournaments, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, but try your best not to play 3 DPS. If you have 3 DPS players, force one to learn Ultron. That's all I gotta say. Like, force one to learn off healer and then play triple healer. 3 DPS is just, unless you are absolutely confident that you can specialize. 3 DPS solo tank limits your ability to play the game properly so much. When you have solo tank, your Emma can't do Emma jobs. You can't play Hulk. You can't play Thing. You can barely play Groot. Actually, no, Groot's probably fine. But you can't really play Venom. You limit your ability to play so much because you lack the flexibility if you're going to force 3 DPS every time. Um, so the best thing I could say is, at the very least, get one of your DPS players to learn Ultron and Mantis and Atom. That way, at least you have triple healer to support a solo tank. But even better, just have a team that's comfortable playing 2-2-2 or 2-1-3. 1-3-2 is just not a winning comp if you're going to try and force it every time. Yes, it can work, but I feel like it is very difficult to make a triple DPS comp work. It requires a lot of effort and a lot of individual responsibility as well. And I think that that's something you guys would need to organize better as a team, get more comfortable and familiar with each other's playstyles and organizing your strategies, and then work that into your strategies. I think starting off by saying we have 3 DPS players, we're playing triple DPS, is going to wind up being an overall failure in the end. If it works out for you, great, but I think you have a way better shot of either switching up some players or switching up some roles. Just overall, I think just triple DPS is really hard to make work right now when healing, specifically healer ults, and tanks rely so much on each other. So, like, if you're going to solo tank, it almost has to be like Magneto. It's like Magneto, Groot, Strange. You can kind of make it work with Emma, but the thing is, Emma does such a good job with a second tank that she goes from being like one of the best tanks in the game to being just good. Whereas if you run Emma Magneto, then you have 2 of the best tanks in the game. There's no just good, they're prime. So just something to keep in mind, that's something that I'm looking at your team comp and I'm like, we're switching DPS for another DPS, but the issue is not really what DPSs we're playing. I mean, it is a little bit, but a bigger issue is that we're playing 3 DPS. But I mean, I do think switching off the Phoenix, I think Bucky does feel like he plays the way that our player was playing Phoenix. It does seem like a more Bucky playstyle, to be quite honest. And then we switch to Adam. So again, had our Star-Lord switch to Adam, this would actually be pretty decent. We actually don't lose out on that much damage, and we have a third healer. But now we have dual heal Adam, which is relatively weak. I think it's possible to make work, but I think in a constructed environment, the rules kind of change a little bit. If you're expecting the enemy team to be good, granted, they're playing Mantis Adam, so they already have low healing. But if you're expecting them to be able to match you properly, dual heal Adam is going to be very difficult to make work. But they're winning with Mantis Adam, so that kind of throws that entire philosophy out the window. And they're also playing triple DPS as well. But I think if you guys just had more comfortable on a 2-2-2 or a triple healer comp with less DPS players, you just win. Unless their DPSs are just so much better. That's unfortunate. The thing about okay, so here's the thing about playing, and this is a good example. Literally right here. So, 2 things to note. The more DPSs you have on your team, the more duelists, sorry, the less efficient each one will be for the most part. So, for example, when you have one duelist, and say it's a good single solo duelist, so say you have like a Hela or a Phoenix who's really good at solo duelists, so Namor, Punisher, um, you're gonna get, let's say, 100% efficiency, which means that you have 100% of a duelist on your team. When you add a second one, you don't sacrifice a lot of efficiency, but you probably sacrifice a little bit. So you have two duelists working at, let's say, 90% efficiency. So you have 180% of a duelist. You have 1.8 duelists. Then you add a third, and each efficiency goes down drastically compared to the second, because two duelists support each other a lot, but three tend to clash. So, and these are just arbitrary numbers, but for example, you have three duelists running at, let's say, 60% efficiency. So now going from two duelists at 90%, where you have 180% total, and then you have three duelists at 60%, you still have 180%, but now you're down a healer or a tank. So you don't really increase your duelist efficiency, but you lose your efficiency of the other roles. So it makes more sense to try and play towards those other roles, especially when duelist is already such a naturally efficient role, where having a solo duelist oftentimes works way better than having three. um and those are just arbitrary numbers. I'm not saying, like, those just came off the top of my head. So probably having three duelists is going to be more damage efficiency than having two, but the opportunity cost is giving up an entire tank role or a third healer, which off healers do a lot of damage as well, and tanks are obviously very important for supporting each other. So that's kind of really rough to give up just to have a third duelist. And this is another issue with triple duelist and solo tank, is because now, so look at this. So your Emma's taking so much damage, and you have pretty low healing now. I mean, you have a Luna, which is a good pocket healer, but then you have like Adam, where if Adam's on cooldown, this Emma can just die out of nowhere, right? But the problem here is more so that if your Emma dies, you have no tank. So the only way you really stall this point, once Emma dies here, so she gets hooked, and that was, I mean, that was a good hook, that was a good pull by them. They just caught you out of position. But now that your Emma is dead, you have two options. You reset, give them the point, or you like pop Luna ult trying to stall so they don't get early percentage. And realistically, like, it's hard to tell what the good option is here. If you had a like Magneto or any other tank, you might have had the opportunity to maybe stall, play passively on point, and try and fish for kills, and try and keep your other tank healed for as long as possible, and then maybe by the time they force you to pop Luna ult, your Emma might be close enough to be back, and that could be possible. But right now, you have to make this decision. It's like, okay, so what do we do at this point? We have no tank, and it looks like we're kind of just running around. We're gonna lose our wolf passive. We're gonna die. So we're basically just giving it up. If we were gonna give it up, we should have gave it up as soon as we lost our Emma, though. But you don't really have the luxury of being able to play for that stall of like, I'll just play Luna, I'll pocket my Magneto on point, and he's gonna protect me until maybe we buy enough time for Emma to get some value out of the ult or something like that. Or portaling. Like, there's so much that we could have done, but we don't wind up doing any of this. I mean, we're down one. We can't, like, taking the space is really risky, especially because when we're down a Wolverine. So we're just walking up main. And this is kind of the issue, right? So we're walking up main. We have a Star-Lord and we have a Wolverine. We have two people who can off angle and flank and take so much space on their own, but we're just walking up main. Star-Lord is not a character that just walks behind a strange shield and sprays. That's not how this character is, like, efficiently played. Sometimes it makes sense to, but if this is the way we are preferring to play, just walking up like Reinhardt with a strange shield and just hoping that our Star-Lord gets picks this way, this Star-Lord should be a Punisher. This Star-Lord should be a Bucky or a Phoenix or a Hela or like literally anybody else. Star-Lord does not get advantage from this. His big strength is his mobility and his ability to get in and out of situations very quickly and create a distraction from off angles. So doing this, you might as well just be Punisher right now. You just do more damage. And I mean, like, we're trying our best here, but Yeah, so, and look at where we have to pop our Luna ult. Just look at this. So, we are all the way up here. We have to pop our Luna ult. Let's see how much space we get from it. Do we get any? Or do we just fall back with it? Yeah. Yeah. So we lose our Wolf. How did that even happen? Wolf wasn't even in this fight. Oh, he tackles. Yeah, so we just gotta work on that. Like, why are we doing this? If we're going to kidnap, right? So I don't even think this is like the worst decision, right? But look at how we approach this, first of all. So we're here. We have so many people we could kidnap here. But look who we choose to kidnap. The Phoenix. First of all, we're kidnapping a Phoenix. Second of all, we're kidnapping her into a point that only her team can support from. So like by this, like by the time we land, we are in a 1v. We don't know, because we know it's a 1v1 at least, but you know you're never gonna have any teammates here. This is, you are all alone, no passive. Her teammates, it does, even if it's Hela, if it's the Mantis, if it's the Atom, it doesn't matter who it is. You're not winning this, right? Like, especially because she has Mantis ult shield. So what do we do instead? We probably should coordinate, be like, yo, I'm going for a kidnap. But a kidnap doesn't mean take them on point. Like, where's the... Look at this. So we have this. Look where we have a Magneto right here. Yo, if this Magneto gets kidnapped, like, down here even, he's cooked. His whole team has to just, like, instead of look at your team, they have to look down here. And also, your team is close enough to support you. If you just take this Magneto, like, down here, and start, like, fighting him while he kites back, he can't protect his team anymore. And you're relatively safe, because your team can look at you. So the worst thing you can do is take something like this Phoenix into a 1v1 that's not really a 1v1. And then we're already down. So we're already losing this fight. We're 5v6 right now. And then our Luna ult ends, and look, we have no more, like, we don't even have the Cloak and Dagger ult to bail us out. So now we're just going to get cooked here, because it seems like we're only really getting any value when we have a healer ult up. And by value, I mean not instantly dying. It's like, yeah, we're just kind of, we need to plan this out. Like, we just need to desperately plan this out. And then we finally switch to thing. This should have been, first of all, I don't think thing is good right now, right here. But I will say it's better than the Wolverine. But this should have been what you guys rolled out with. You should have started with a second tank. If you had somebody who could play a second tank, you should start there. And then you okay. And they're just running us down. This wasn't even a good Hela ult, to be honest. This was not even a good Hela ult. We do have the opportunity to portal. They have not pushed us past the portal line. Like, okay. Yeah, we have a very bad issue of just running up main. Just like, that just seems to be all we want to do. The game is designed in a way that taking off angles and alternative paths is paramount to the gameplay loop. If you were intended to just run up main and force your way, there wouldn't be side paths. And like, we're popping Starlord ult from main. Like, at this point, it kind of feels like we might be tilted. I mean, even before this point, like, it feels like we just kind of given up, to be quite honest. I mean, we touch. We got some percent. Look, we're ahead. We're winning. Now we should take space. We should take as much space as we can. Why should we take space? So we can build up Luna ult. We should build up Luna ult. Our only healer ult. We should build it up. We have Atom ult. Go further. Stop. Get off point. Yeah. So what they did to you was probably pretty good, right? They were looking pretty much at your spawn door. Like, you could not back cap point from where they were holding you, right? So they were holding like up here. Maybe they went a little too deep. Like they had that Hela ult that wasn't really good. But if they hold up here, they have the ability to drop on point if somebody does sneak by. And they can hold you way further up. You have to fight for the space back. That's exactly what's happening, right? You guys didn't get to touch point until like you pushed them all the way back with ults. But you had to use ults to get past this point. But what you're doing is we're just sitting on point, right? So that whole point, that entire choke point that they held you guys at, that was giving so much value for them, they're getting past this for free. Like, even if they go down here, it's fine, because then you know they're going down here and you can reposition accordingly. But you're just sitting here, you're just letting them touch the point for free. And the best way to snowball a lead that you guys just got by winning a fight is to take space. Um, Also, our positioning is a little whack right now. But it's hard to position here because we don't have a choke point to play. We have here, here, and this flank route that we have to worry about. And even up here. So instead of locking it down to a singular or maybe two choke points, we have so many different angles they can come from. And they're also really hard to support each other from because you have a Luna up here. But what if your Bucky gets low? He has to either drop down, give up his position, or Luna has to go up there and try and heal him. So it's like, it is very difficult to support each other from the positions we're playing. And look, that's exactly what happens. Our Bucky has to drop down for support. And then look, their Hela takes high ground. Born again. Just saying, we have not Adam ulted yet, by the way. This is, we have to use this. There we go. I mean, we are fighting this back. We have Luna ult. How did this happen? Yeah, that was just kind of bad pathing by the strange there. You have more support being down here. Like, I would rather be down here in the eyes of these, as long as my team can see me, than taking this route. Because even if Bucky didn't ult, Phoenix could go up there. They're like going up there and having that like few seconds of no support at all. That's just asking to die. Especially if the shield was low. I don't know if the shield was low, but it looked like it was low. If he was not putting it up there. Yeah. Yeah, see, I feel like at this point, like, the gameplay right now doesn't really matter. Like, it feels like by the time the first point was over, we kind of just lost our composure. Um, like, it doesn't really feel like we're thinking about our actions right now. Like, in the first point, it low-key kind of felt similar, but it feels like we're just doing stuff right now. Whereas like in the first point, it feels like we were doing the wrong things, but we were thinking about doing the wrong things. Like we just didn't know what we were supposed to do. But right now, it's just like we're just doing whatever. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I feel like there's a lot to work on here as far as organizing the team. Would you like to give context? Because context might help. Also, what's with these bans? Is there context to this too? What exactly happened here? I join VC? Sure. If you join any channel, I'll drag you in. Hello.
Sorry, I was trying to find the thing.
No, you're fine. So what's going on here?
All right, to give some context, okay, so I think we're having people who are trying out. I think it's like the teddy bear and Fred guy as our DPS.
Okay.
The Luna is normally Groot, but you have to fill because I wasn't there.
I see.
Uh, Jade is normally support, and then Ramos, he's a nice guy. He just fills, so we have like at least 6 people play rank. But I would say though, with Air, it's kind of surprising that he's playing a Strange since he's known for his Magneto. Uh, with Ramos, it's kind of a thing with him playing thing. As for ban wise, I have no idea. I think I'm not sure. Like sometimes they get so lost on who to protect and stuff by the timer's already over. They'll type it in chat,
Oh,
and I don't like that.
yeah, I don't like that
And
either.
I kind of wish they stopped doing that. But I mean, I've been in those calls. It's really hectic.
I think
One
that
thing
comes down to the organization. Like before the game starts, you need to know what you're doing.
Yeah, before then, I will say like in this team wise, we don't really have like a shot caller kind of player. Like we don't have like
Yeah.
a IGL and all that. And I know like you'll recommend the tank or like maybe
Yeah,
a support
typically you
playing
want
it.
one of your tanks. Usually it's your main tank, but I've seen a lot of teams like have their dive tank player, so like their Hulk or their Venom player will be the shot caller. And I think that usually works out best, at least having one of your tanks. Preferably either your main tank or a dive tank player. But honestly, anybody at this point might help.
Yeah,
Just making sure everybody's on the same page because it kind of feels like that entire game, everyone was just playing their own game and trying to like be the reason why something works, and it's not one person's job to do that.
yeah. I was told after I joined VC with them, like they're just the mental for that game was already like you said, it was already shot.
Yeah, that's kind
So
of what it seems like. I think. Wait, so you said the two DP Teddy and Fred were trying out?
yeah, I think like those are like the normal DPSs that we would play. Uh, at the moment, Danny is supposed to be the tank. He actually mains Groot
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So he's being on an off roll for support. He does play a bit of DPS, but we already have that covered. And then
Yeah.
with Jade, I'm gonna say this right now as the nicest way possible, Jade. I know I don't know how good your Atom is, but I don't know like we had this talk and stuff. So I don't want to say it right now because it's live, but yeah. I'll talk to them about that.
Yeah, I think it's honestly like it's not even an individual player thing. Aside from the Wolverine, I'm not gonna lie, the Wolverine was kind of not it. But I think it felt like a lot of the gameplay was not exactly sure what they should be doing on their role. Like for example, we had a Phoenix who was sitting mainline with a Star Lord who was also sitting mainline, and at some point we also had a Punisher, um, who is also sitting mainline. Where it's we have two flankers playing right behind our solo tank Emma, um, and that just doesn't add up. Um, you had a Luna, give the Snowflake to the Phoenix, have them off angle. You got to split the attention because if you're just gonna sit in one choke point and walk down it as a team, yeah, you're kind of playing as a team, but you're just gonna get cooked by like literally one character, like a Punisher or a Squirrel Girl can just shoot through that choke point, and you're just gonna lose the game because you have no space.
Yeah,
Especially if you have solo tank. And it's a little unfortunate because you say that Ari plays Magneto and Danny plays Groot, so it's like I think Groot Magneto could be a very good frontline if you didn't have to fill those other gaps in your play. Um, but having the solo tank Emma was just not
it
gonna
was
work
not
out.
it. Yeah,
Um, yeah, just honestly, until you get to a point where you are comfortable with everybody on your team and your play styles, I'm just gonna just straight up recommend like don't ever play triple DPS. Like triple duelist can work if you are very comfortable with how everybody plays and you are very comfortable on having the ability to keep your tank alive and your tank is very comfortable on solo tank. Like everyone has to be comfortable with what they're doing, and it's very difficult to make work. Um,
yeah,
it's just the safest thing to just go 2-2-2 or triple healer and don't worry about being quirky about your playstyles or anything. If you have too many DPS players, unfortunately, you might gotta bench one. um,
Nah, yeah,
well,
yeah.
not even in like a mean way. It's just for the situation. Like some people, like if you have a Star-Lord player, you probably want to play them in the same comp when you have your Mag player. Or if you want to play Mag, or if you know that like he's gonna get banned, or you're planning on banning against a certain team, then maybe you don't put the Star-Lord in because you know he's not gonna have a Mag to support him. Stuff like that, where it's just like you have to keep in mind of who you're putting in thoughtfully, as well as the gameplay. Taking space is really important, and it's hard to say how well you guys did only because your comp was honestly so bad that it was like it felt like even if you
Like
guys
every
knew
game.
what you were doing on an individual level, you weren't able to do it because you just did not have a cohesive comp.
Yeah, our issue though right now is that for last semester we couldn't find any DPS, and for tank wise, Danny he works like a lot, like 40 hours, so unfortunately he's not available all the time.
Hmm.
So our issue was mainly trying to find people in those roles and then trying to build that kind of team coordination thing. But we haven't really like had that little talk, as well as not having a shot caller. So it is like if we're playing solo queue rank.
Yeah, I feel like even if you don't have a dedicated IGL, having good communication matters a lot, especially when it comes to support ultimates and or just ultimates in general. Like knowing that, like for example, if you have a Magneto player, your Magneto player letting your like Luna know that you're not going to get Iron Man ulted. I got you. Like that communication can change a lot because all of a sudden they might be looking like running away from the team, and people die because they don't get healing because they're running away from the Iron Man ult that your Magneto was already planning on ulting. Stuff like that. Um, just having good communication is really important, even if it's not a dedicated IGL to plan out everything. I think having a dedicated IGL would help a lot, but even more so, I feel like the problem starts before the game starts because I feel like the way we confidently picked three DPS solo tank Emma, and then like it swapped like 3 seconds before the door opened makes me think that we didn't know what we were doing when we saw Celestial Hux pop up. Like once you see the map, you should kind of have a decent idea of what you want to be doing as a team on that map. Granted, you had tryouts, so it's kind of like a little bit like you don't know what you're doing, but you should at least be talking about it and thinking about it.
Yeah. Okay, okay. I personally, I just have been away from like the scrims that they've been doing. So like I was like, hey, let me just see if my friend can help. But
Yeah,
I think they'll appreciate this info and all that, because it definitely is better to get the outsider point of view. That's kind of why I wanted to ask if you can do this.
yeah, no, of course.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. I'm just gonna let you be, and yeah, have a good
Yeah, thanks for the submission. I think it's kind of hard. I would like to see another future VOD of like a scrim because I feel like a lot of the things that were encountered in this like game were kind of just unfamiliar. It was like you said, two people are trying out and like people are playing off roll. So it's like I would like to see a more comfortable game where it's like you have a team and you're actually trying to like improve with that team rather than like seeing if this person's the right fit or stuff like that. But um it is one of the things where it's like I think there is potential. I think like it's one of the things like Airy particularly was actually playing pretty well, but they were kind of playing in with like in a bad situation, right? Like they're solo tanking, uh, and they are playing Emma, so they don't really have the luxury of playing like a better solo tank or having a better comp. Like they didn't really get the ability to enable anybody. Like it was kind of weird. But I think with the right circumstances, when the team cohesion is more comfortable, I would be interested in seeing again to see like where we can actually like improve because like there's not really that many areas of improvement that I can bring up right now because it kind of just felt really out of whack. Um, but I think the big thing is just have a plan. I think that's the big general advice I'm gonna say here is like just talk about like even when there's no scrims going on, just talk about it. Be like, yo, what characters are we comfortable on what maps? How are we going to build this comp? Like, what are we doing? And just talk about it out of game. Because like even the way I talk to like the people I duo with, I'll say stuff like that where I'm just like, yo, I played these characters, I flexed to these characters. Like, can you cover my bases? And just talking about that with a team lets you know what you can and can't play, and lets you know more confidently what you should be banning and protecting as well. Because like, if you don't have, you know, a Namor player or something, maybe you should focus on banning out dive DPSs a little more, or something like that, where it's just like maybe you need to change your strategy a little bit because you have an uncovered base. But just talking it through and like thinking about things logically before you're even in a game is going to help a lot, I think. Told me this was the worst game. I mean, yeah, it was not a very good game. I could definitely see that being the case, but also like it is what it is, right? I mean, that's why we scrim. Um, to try and build these like relationships between teammates, see what's gonna work, what's not gonna work. So that's the whole point of it. If I would rather, you know, get smoked in a scrim than on like an actual tournament game, right? So, but WVOD, I definitely do want to see when the players are a little more finalized and um like they don't have to be like fully finalized, but I think like when we have people on their main roles and we have like more confident like team cohesion a little bit, even if they're still like tryouts or we're working things out, I think having too much change and too much off right now might be a little bit harder to judge of what's going on. But I'd definitely be interested in seeing more VODs of you guys play. Playing when school starts? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Um, all right. I think that's gonna be it for me though. That WVODs. Let me see real quick. All right, CK still going. We're rating CK. I don't know how much longer he's going, but thank you guys for watching. Everyone who gave me a VOD, I appreciate it greatly. I will try my best to have this VOD on YouTube as soon as I can, and then I'll have it timestamped and I'll post it in the Discord and all that. So if you're not already in the Discord, join the Discord. That's where we do our official VOD submissions and we just chill in there, or submissions for topics or anything like that. Or if you have any suggestions to add, that would be great. Um, but yeah, I'm glad to be back. I have been working on our log spreadsheet, which will also probably be posted in the Discord within the next couple of days. That way, if you have had a VOD review at any time since I started making that spreadsheet and in the future, then you can go back and check your VOD reviews until like the end of time. That way, it's like if you saw your VOD today and in 5 months, you're like, I want to see where I started 5 months ago, you'll have that there ready for you with notes and everything. So that's exciting, and you'll get updated about all that in the Discord. But that's gonna be it for me for tonight. Be nice to CK. He is a sweet bear. And yeah, thank you guys for watching, following, giving me VODs to review and all that jazz. I appreciate it all greatly. And have a great night.
Kapsolia.
I got one of their. Hey, Soto.
Soda.
Soda pop, soda pop, so.
Yes.
Soda,
How
It's
you
always
doing,
expected of
Soto?
soda pub.
Hey, CK, you're a big bear nerd. Hey,
What?
you caught
Did
me.
you say soda punk?
Oh god.
Pop.
Oh, I
Ow.
thought you said soda
Ow.
punk, and I'm like, that's not what I was saying.
For the record, I
No.
did not tell Drew to say that. Oddly, Soto, I can kind of believe that.
Wait, what's going on?